Ouais. Ok. Oui, t'entendez-vous?
On n'entend rien.
Non, non, ça me saoule.
Non. Bonjour. Non. Attends, ça fait un peu ou pas?
Waouh.
Bonjour.
Chaud, mec.
C'est pas drôle.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy.
Distinguished distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of the United Nations and international organizations, human rights heroes from around the globe. Is the microphone on? Microphone? It's on? Distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of the United Nations and international organizations, human rights heroes from around the globe, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2017 Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, to our 9th annual session. My name is Hillel Neuer. I'm the Executive Director of UN Watch, one of our 25 co-sponsors today. Today's event is organized by a coalition of 25 human rights and non-governmental organizations from around the globe. From Africa, we have Collectif Urgence Darfour, the Darfur Peace and Development Center, Freedom and Rome Uganda, Inter-African Committee on Traditional Practices. From Asia, we have North Korea Watch, Tibetan Women's Association, the World Uyghur Congress, Viet Tan, and Initiatives for China. Groups focused on the Middle East in our coalition include human rights activists in Iran and Stop Child Executions. Groups from Latin America include CADAL, Directorio Democrático Cubano, and Iniciativa por Venezuela. Groups based here in Europe, Liberal International and the International Federation of Liberal Youth, Ligue Internationale contre le Racisme et l'Antisémitisme, and Ingénieurs du Monde from France, Forum 2000 from the Czech Republic, Freedom Rights Project from Copenhagen, Human Rights Without Frontiers from Brussels, and UN Watch based here in Geneva, Switzerland. From the United States, we have Human Rights Foundation, the Lantos Foundation for Human Rights, and from Canada, the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights. I want to begin by thanking our host country, Switzerland, which has been open to our Geneva Summit every year. We don't take that for granted. Not every country would allow this event to take place. We bring speakers from around the world, from difficult parts of the globe, and we're in a time when countries are beginning to close their borders. And you know, if this event were held today in the United States, and indeed we held a summit in 2011 in New York, and if we held it today in New York, several of our speakers come from countries that were on this travel ban and wouldn't be able to be here. So I want to express thanks to Switzerland for being open and to encourage that kind of openness to be able to distinguish between oppressive regimes and the brave men and women who defy them. Now we're here today, and we opened yesterday at the United Nations, to urge the UN Human Rights Council, which meets next week for its annual session. World leaders, heads of state, prime ministers, and foreign ministers from nearly 100 countries will be here across the street next week, beginning a session that is meant to address urgent human rights situations and to protect and promote human rights around the globe. Now, in a number of cases, the Human Rights Council has taken action, and we salute all of those delegates who are here today who have been responsible for that action. We have seen the Human Rights Council create a commission of inquiry on North Korea, to renew a mandate on Iran, to put a spotlight on Sri Lanka. But sadly, too many other countries have gotten a free pass. Too many other countries have never been addressed in a meaningful way at the Human Rights Council. And sadly, we just had recent elections, and the countries which will take their seat again at the Human Rights Council include some of the worst regimes. Saudi Arabia, where women cannot drive a car or need a man's permission to go anywhere, has just been re-elected as a member of the Human Rights Council. Cuba, a country we'll hear a lot about, has been re-elected as a member. China, where 1.3 billion people are denied basic rights and freedoms, has just been re-elected to the Human Rights Council. And you know, as we look around the globe, we need a Human Rights Council that will act, because in the past year, we saw human rights violations around the globe. We saw in Turkey, when there was an attempted coup, and the counter-coup saw tens of thousands of individuals fired from their positions. Deans of universities, all deans were fired. Thousands of teachers, public servants, police, officers, all kinds of individuals were fired for being suspected of being not agreeing with the Erdogan regime. In Russia, the government continues to be complicit in the genocide in Syria and to spark war and bloodshed in Ukraine, and to crush dissidents at home. Vladimir Kara-Murza, one of the leading Russian dissidents, was just poisoned recently, fell into a coma. He came out of the coma and is now going abroad for medical treatment. These kinds of things continue to happen. In Iran, dissidents continue to be imprisoned and basic human rights denied. Venezuela, people have been led to starvation. People have been having to flee the country to buy food, and the democratic leaders are thrown into prison. In Cuba, the attempts of Rosa Maria Paya to call for a basic referendum to allow for a democratic constitution are crushed, and dissidents are thrown into prison. And so there's many reasons for us to be depressed and to lose hope. And when you're sitting here, as many of us do, human rights activists, diplomats, and see what's happening around the world, there's many reasons to lose hope. But yesterday I gained hope. Yesterday we opened for an event at the United Nations, and I heard from our human rights heroes from whom you will hear today. I heard yesterday from El Sexto, Danilo Maldonado Machado, Cuban artist, dissident, who dared to criticize the regime and was thrown into prison, released, thrown into prison again. Each time he speaks out, he's just an artist who speaks his mind. He was just released from prison 4 weeks ago, and before we knew that he was getting out, we invited his girlfriend, who has fought for his freedom, to come, and I said to Alexandra, if Danilo gets freed, I want both of you to come, and they're both here, and we're going to hear from them very soon. And Cuba has never been addressed, not in a resolution, not in a commission of inquiry, not in a special session, but we'll hear from Danilo, and we'll see his art later on today, and we'll know why Cuba is an urgent issue. And we're going to hear, as I heard yesterday, from Biram Da Abeid, who is the leading voice fighting slavery in Mauritania. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is slavery in Mauritania. You may not know about it. At the Human Rights Council, Mauritania was elected a few years ago as vice president of the Human Rights Council. But Biram Da Abeid is the courageous man who fights it. They threw him into prison. He just got released in July. He was named one of the unsung heroes of 2016 by the Christian Science Monitor, and he's here with us today, and he has inspiring words, which I just heard yesterday, to fight against slavery. Dang Thun Du, from the oppressed Catholic minority of Vietnam, who's with us here today, is one of the leading figures for democracy in Vietnam. They threw him into prison for 6 years. He refused to wear the prison uniform. He defied the regime. He just got out 4 weeks ago, and he's here with us today. And you'll hear from him what it's like to be a dissident defying dictatorship. And with us, I heard yesterday from Can Dündar, one of Turkey's most prominent, courageous journalists who defied the regime, and President Erdogan for daring to write an article that exposed Erdogan's arming of groups in Syria. Erdogan declared him to be treasonous, and he said he will pay the price, Erdogan said. This man will pay the price. And he threw him into prison, 92 days of solitary confinement. During his court case, a man, perhaps hearing the words of President Erdogan, came to assassinate him, and Can Dündar's wife was there and was able to stop the gunman, and he was saved. He's now been exiled, and we'll hear from him, and we'll be inspired. And you know, when I saw a few days ago that President Donald Trump, the President of the United States, said that CNN and CBS and ABC and other news networks are the enemy of the people, I condemned those remarks, and I said, I just met with someone who was declared by his president to be an enemy of the people. Don't say those words. Words carry consequences. Beware. And here in Geneva, sadly, Turkey, not only has it never been addressed, not only was there not an emergency session when thousands of teachers and deans were fired and human rights restricted and journalists thrown into prison, not only has it never been addressed in any special session, commission of inquiry, or resolution, but Turkey here a few months ago was a member of the core group that introduced a resolution on internet freedom in a country that often shuts down the internet. How absurd. And we're going to hear, as I heard yesterday, from Chito Gascon, the chair of the Human Rights Commission of the Philippines, who dares to take on his president, Duterte, who has declared war on drug suspects and boasts about killing drug suspects as young as 9 or 12 years old. And we're going to hear from Kwang Jin Kim, North Korean defector who was with the regime as a banker, but now has a story to tell, and he takes on the regime of North Korea and exposes their abuses. The Human Rights Council has addressed North Korea, but they need to do more, and we'll hear from Mr. Kim why that is the case. And we're going to hear from Antonietta Ledesma, who I just heard from yesterday, and this week marks 2 years since her father, Mayor Antonio Ledesma, was thrown into prison for the crime of defying Chavez Maduro regime and speaking out for democracy. And we're going to hear from her what's happening in Venezuela and be inspired. And we're going to hear from Niama Lamo, who escaped Tibet 6 months ago, leaving behind her mother and her little daughter, to tell the story of her uncle, a Buddhist religious leader who died in prison. And we're going to find out why he died in prison and what's happening in Tibet, a case that is never addressed at the Human Rights Council. And we're going to hear from President Mohammed Nasheed. We heard from him yesterday, and he talked about the torture that he went through and how he will go back to the Maldives. He was a human rights icon, became the president, was ousted, and is now in asylum in the UK, but he wants to go back, notwithstanding how he's been thrown into prison time and time again, tortured time and again. He's going back. And we heard from Zhana Nemtsova, whose father, Boris Nemtsov, leading dissident of Russia, was killed steps away from the Kremlin. And I mentioned Vladimir Kara-Murza, a member of her association. She created the Boris Nemtsov Foundation for Freedom to perpetuate her father's legacy. And her father warned her, if you take this path, before he died, before he was killed, he warned her, if you take this path, you will lose your job and you'll have many difficulties. But she has chosen the path to fight for freedom, and she makes her father proud. And we're going to hear from Anastasia Zotova, who married the political prisoner Ildar Dadin, who's behind bars for the crime of making peaceful protest against Vladimir Putin. And we heard good news recently that he might be released. We hope that will be soon. We'll hear from her. And last but not least, we're going to give our Women's Rights Award to Shireen, a Yazidi woman who suffered the fate of many thousands of Yazidi women, who was abducted by the Islamic State, by ISIS, and turned into a slave. And she survived, and she didn't just survive, she fights back, and she wrote a book to tell her story, to demand that the world stop ignoring the plight of at least 3,000 women and girls who continue to be abducted by ISIS. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here in this room is a United Nations of moral heroes. And when I heard from them yesterday, as you'll hear from them today, I think you will rise to the mountaintop. And what we want is for the real United Nations, when it meets next week, to live up to its founding dream of the United Nations Charter, the founding dream of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and we want the United Nations to look like the United Nations of moral heroes that we have here today. Before I introduce our keynote speaker, let me remind you that you're all invited. We have a lot of young people here and high school students, and we welcome all of you. It's great to see you. We invite you all to share what you hear on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram, other social media that I don't even know of because I'm too old. But share it if it's on Twitter or Facebook. You know, on Twitter, our hashtag is GS17, or Twitter handle Geneva Summit. If you share it, the Geneva Summit will share your posts, take pictures, share what you hear. I'll invite you all to please turn off your cell phones for the remainder of the session. And I now want to introduce our keynote speaker, our opening address this morning. Professor Irwin Cotler is the former Minister of Justice of Canada, former Member of Parliament. When he was elected in his riding in Montreal, where I come from, he got more than 90%, which he commented is kind of like the numbers that Assad might get in Syria, but he got it because he's such a beloved and admired person in his hometown, in his home community. And he served for over 15 years in Parliament, was Minister of Justice, and has had a career as a human rights lawyer, defending many of the people we have here today. He defended Nelson Mandela, many other political prisoners. Today, just having retired from Parliament, he created the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights to continue his vital work, and he'll tell you more from himself. And I had the privilege to be a student of Professor Cotler at McGill University, and as I said yesterday at the United Nations, much of the good work that we've been able to do at UN Watch, whatever good work I've been able to do, I learned from Professor Cotler, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilla, for those very kind words of introduction. If they come from a former student and the best of my students, they are the highest form of praise. Chair, Excellencies, NGOs, coalition of NGOs who are given support and mobilized for this conference along with UN Watch, political prisoners and families. I'm delighted to be here and to participate in the common cause which brings us together, the struggle for democracy and human rights, and the defense of political prisoners as the organizing principle and policy in that struggle for human dignity. I want to commend UN Watch, and I want to commend in particular its inspired and inspiring Executive Director Hillel Neuer for convening, as he put it, this United Nations of human rights heroes from every continent, giving voice to the voiceless, providing advocacy to those who have been abandoned, serving as an important remembrance and reminder of the plight and pain of political prisoners. And the former political prisoners who are here with us today will share with you their stories of that plight and pain. And therefore, as a reminder of those who are still imprisoned and being tortured in detention, in respect of whom we have a responsibility to not only speak up, but to act. I'm reminded also, and Hillel mentioned it, that next week we'll be convening the high-level assembly of the United Nations Human Rights Council, whose membership includes many of the human rights violators, country violators of our time. But in particular, those who have imprisoned and tortured political prisoners amongst us, those who continue to imprison and torture the political prisoners on whose behalf we have assembled to speak and to act. And their presence on the UN Human Rights Council demeans and degrades the very mandate and mission of the UN Human Rights Council, which is the promotion and protection of human rights and human dignity. I was asked this morning as I was coming in, what brought me into the struggle for human rights and democracy, and in particular for the defense of political prisoners. And I answered that it was my parents who first taught me the importance of this struggle. It was my father who taught me before I could understand the profundity of his teachings, when he said to me when I was still a young boy that the pursuit of justice, as he put it, is equal to all the other commandments combined. But it was my mother who, when she would hear my father saying these words, would say to me that if you want to pursue justice, you have to understand, you have to feel the injustice about you. You have to go in and about your community and beyond and feel the injustice and combat the injustice. Otherwise, the pursuit of justice remains a theoretical abstraction. And so, as a result of these teachings, along with my mentor, Nobel Peace Laureate Elie Wiesel, who would always remind me that indifference in the face of evil always means coming down on the side of the victimizer, never on the side of the victim, who would always remind me that wherever there is a dissident in prison, it is our responsibility to protest, to speak up, to act against that injustice, even if that protest may not avail. Our responsibility is to speak up and to act. And so, as a result of these teachings, I got involved in the two great human rights movements of the second half of the 20th century. The struggle for human rights in the former Soviet Union and the struggle against apartheid in South Africa. And within those struggles, got involved with the two political prisoners who became the voice, the face, the identity of those struggles. Anatoly Sharansky, along with other imprisoned members of the Helsinki Watch Group in the former Soviet Union, who demonstrated, and there was a song written about this, who demonstrated how one small group can transform history, and led, if I may borrow a Marxist metaphor, and led to the withering away of the former Soviet Union. And Nelson Mandela, who demonstrated how one person could endure 27 years in a South African prison and emerge to not only preside over and become the president of South Africa, but to preside over the first democratic, egalitarian, non-racial, free South Africa. And that is why we also named our center the Raoul Wallenberg Center of Human Rights, after that great hero of humanity, Raoul Wallenberg, who saved more Jews in the Second World War during the Holocaust than almost any single government. If you want to understand the dramatic appreciation of that rescue, from May to July 1944, in a period of some 10 weeks, 440,000 Jews were deported to Auschwitz, to death camps. Raoul Wallenberg, this Swedish non-Jew, arriving as a diplomat in the Swedish embassy in Budapest, saved a remnant of 100,000 Jews during the rest of 1944. An example how one person with the compassion to care and the courage to act can confront evil, prevail, and transform history. Regrettably, the person, Raoul Wallenberg, who saved so many, was never saved by so many who could, who ended up himself becoming a political prisoner and disappeared into the Soviet Gulag. And so, from my involvement in the defense of political prisoners, I want to share with you two themes today. First, the patterns of persecution and prosecution endured by political prisoners, and you'll hear first-hand case histories today, as Hillel Neuer said it. And secondly, what we must do. Let me begin with these patterns of persecution and prosecution, of torture and injustice that have been endured by the heroes amongst us today and those on whose behalf we must act who are languishing in prisons. Number one, the criminalization of innocence, where people are imprisoned not for what they do, but for who they are, reminding us of the old Soviet dictum which used to say, "Give us the prisoner and we will find the crime." Second, the pattern of arbitrary arrest and detention. We see in the reports of the United Nations working groups on arbitrary detention, whether it be with respect to the Desmos case or whether it be with respect to Raif Badawi, where they've spoken and concluded about patterns of arbitrary arrest and detention. And I want to single out here, if I may, one of the great human rights lawyers of our time, and that is Jared Genzer, who has made more representations and effective representations to the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention than any lawyer I know, let alone his effective representation, which includes acting on behalf of Mohammed Nasheed, the prison president in Maldives, who is present with us today and will be receiving later the Human Rights Award. Third, the criminalization of fundamental freedoms, be they the freedom of expression and opinion, of conscience and belief, where one finds particular patterns of such persecution and prosecution in the cases and indictments against political prisoners. Number four, torture in detention. Again, one must never forget the ongoing pain and plight of those imprisoned and being tortured in detention. Fifth, the persistent and pervasive assault on the fundamental legal rights of these political prisoners. Their denial of a right to a fair trial and a fair hearing, and including in that a reversal of the presumption of innocence, the denial of the right to counsel, the denial of the right to make their case, the denial of the right to appear before an independent judiciary and the like. A critical mass, one might say, of the denial of fundamental legal rights, including their right to physical integrity. Number six is the unlawful conviction, the false and absurd, trumped-up charges such as corruption unearthed, which lead to these false and absurd convictions. Number 7, the targeted and extrajudicial executions under cover of law, where, for example, in Iran, you have a country which executes more people per capita than any other country in the world, including political prisoners among them, and the targeting of the especially vulnerable, as in the case of the Yazidi, and we will hear later today from Shireen, who herself a target of that kind of vicious sexual violence and abuse, who will be receiving the Women's Human Rights Award. Number 9, the patterns of intimidation, harassment, abuse, and indeed imprisonment of family members, which includes, for example, Nasheed Mohammadi, the wife of our former political prisoner, Mr. Rahmani, here from Iran, a case study of not only the harassment, but imprisonment of family members, and the imprisonment of human rights defenders who would seek to act on behalf of political prisoners and who end up becoming political prisoners themselves. Number 10, the state-sanctioned character of the culture of repression, as particularly practiced by these authoritarian states who, as I said, in a kind of macabre, Kafkaesque example with respect to human rights, and as Hillel Neuer dramatically expressed, are members of the UN Human Rights Council. And finally, the culture of impunity, which not only rewards these human rights violator countries, which seats on the UN Human Rights Council, but also rewards the violators themselves with seats in government. The Minister of Justice in Iran today, Mustafa Pur Muhammadi, is the person responsible for the thousands of murders in the 1988 mass repression and mass murder in Iran. Yet he today serves as a Minister of Justice in Iran, himself responsible for the imprisonment and torture of political prisoners today. And so the question becomes, what then do we do? I want to share with you briefly an advocacy model that I've developed for the last 45 years in the defense of political prisoners, and which, as I said, someone like Jared Genzer is the most reflective and representative exponent of that human rights advocacy. Number 1, the mobilization of shame against the human rights violator, of using law and lawyering to expose and unmask those human rights violations, where legal briefs become the instrument of naming and shaming, and where the human rights violators are themselves put into the docket by that legal naming and shaming. Second, invoking the good offices, the voice and the action of our own respective governments. Let me give you one example. Anatoly Sharansky, as I mentioned to you, after serving 8.5 years in a Soviet prison, was freed in February 1986. This occurred less than a year after Gorbachev had become the president of the former Soviet Union. And so when I was once on a panel with him several years after that, I asked him, what role did he play, if any, in the release of Anatoly Sharansky? And he told me something which I want to share with you because it brings together the importance of mobilizing a critical mass of advocacy, governmental, parliamentary, civil society. He said, you know, I came to Canada in 1984. I was then the Minister of Agriculture in the Soviet Union. He said, I had never heard of Sharansky. I know he was a household word in the West, but I have to tell you, I in the Soviet Union had never heard of him. He said, well, I came to Canada to appear before your parliamentary committee on agriculture. And after a few questions on agriculture, they started to ask me questions about this Anatoly Sharansky. I didn't know what they were talking about. I left the parliament buildings, and there was a gigantic demonstration on behalf of this Anatoly Sharansky. I was hosted by the Minister of Agriculture in the Canadian government, and he spoke to me at the weekend, which I was at his home, of this Anatoly Sharansky. And so when I came back and when I became president of the Soviet Union, I ordered up his file. And he said, yes, he was a troublemaker, but he wasn't a criminal. But the main thing, and these were the words I never forgot, he said, but keeping him in prison was costing us. It was costing us economically. It was costing us politically. It was costing us in terms of our standing internationally. So I ordered his release in our self-interest. And so it's our responsibility, therefore, to mobilize, to internationalize advocacy, to mobilize civil society, to organize parliamentarians, to create a critical mass of advocacy which will serve as a tipping point against the human rights violators, who will then realize that apart from the injustice of the case and why they should release the political prisoners on justice grounds, they must release them in their own self-interest, because it costs them to keep these political prisoners in prison. We need to use the panoply of remedies in the UN system. While I mentioned the fact that human rights violators adorn the UN Human Rights Council, let us not forget that there are a panoply of remedies, whether it be the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, whether it be the UN Special Rapporteurs, whether it be the Universal Periodic Review, whether it be UN Special Procedures, which provide remedy and recourse on behalf of political prisoners and have been effective in that regard. Number 5, recourse to international courts and tribunals, commissions of inquiry, setting up citizens' commissions of inquiry, exposing and unmasking this culture of impunity and bringing the human rights violators to justice along the path to freeing the political prisoners. 6, engaging civil societies, the army of NGOs, which provide, as I said, that critical mass of advocacy. 7, the importance of the media. I'll give you one quick vignette from my own experience. When I was arrested and detained and then expelled from the former Soviet Union in 1979, as I was alighted onto a Japanese airliner, which fortunately was going to London and not the Far East, before I sat down, I asked the steward on the plane, I said, can you please advise the Canadian Embassy that I'm being released, that I've been detained and now expelled, and tell Dan Fisher, the Moscow correspondent for the Los Angeles Times, that I won't be able to meet him for dinner. When I arrived in London some 4.5 hours later, called my wife, I had just been recently married, and said, don't tell anyone, I've just been expelled from the Soviet Union. I've landed in London. She said, what do you mean don't tell anyone? It's all over the news. Dan Fisher broke the story. And in breaking the story, no one knew who I was, but in the Andy Warhol universe in which anybody could be famous for 15 minutes, because I was representing that famous political prisoner, Anatoly Sharansky, then his advocacy, with the help of the media, became a sustaining celebratory moment. And finally, in this regard, we must do our best to visit those imprisoned, to recognize and provide public recognition of those imprisoned. Last year, from this same podium, I spoke of Biram Da Abiad, and I was delighted when the Christian Science Monitor in 2016 referred to him as an unsung hero of our time. But as those moments of public recognition and that sustained involvement on them that can help result in their release. And let us not forget the crucial role that are played by families, by the families of the imprisoned, because they become the face, the voice, the identity of the political prisoner. I can tell you almost every political prisoner that I had the privilege to represent was eventually released because of the unrelenting advocacy by a spouse or family member on their behalf. And so it's our responsibility always to speak on behalf of those who cannot be heard, to bear witness on behalf of those whose testimony is silenced, to act on behalf of those who put not only their livelihood, but indeed their lives on the line, to stand always in solidarity with political prisoners, to let them know that they are not alone, that we will not relent until their freedom is secured. Whether we speak about a Raif Badawi in Saudi Arabia, or a Salim Malampour Nardish Mohammadi in Iran, or whether you're speaking about the only Nobel Peace Laureate, Dr. Liu Xiaobo, imprisoned in China, along with Dr. Wang Bizang, or we are speaking as well about Leopoldo Lopez in Venezuela, we must never relent until their freedom and those of all political prisoners are secured. As Elie Wiesel said in words I'll never forget, as long as one dissident remains in prison, our freedom is not true. And so we must be relentless in our advocacy to secure freedom for these political prisoners and secure human dignity for ourselves. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite our panelists of the first panel to come up and take their seats. So good morning again. It is my true pleasure and honor to be here with you today. I would especially like to welcome the human rights defenders, activists from around the world that have gathered here and that will share their stories with you because they are all incredibly courageous and brave, and we all are with them in their struggle. And this meeting is just one piece of and a small demonstration of why it is important and how it is important to support their efforts internationally. My name is Jakub Klepal. I have the honor to head Forum 2000 Foundation in Prague, a non-governmental organization that was established by the former President Václav Havel and that focuses on discussing the challenges to democracy around the world, searching for ways forward, preserving and supporting democracy and supporting human rights. This panel is called The Return of Authoritarianism. Indeed, as we can see around us, the authoritarianism and authoritarian regimes around the world are on the rise, and this can be seen in different aspects, both external and internal. The external aspects are quite clear. It is more self-confidence of regimes like Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, Venezuela on the international stage. They are more active. They do use international institutions. They actually create their own international institutions and groupings that try to undermine the rules-based international order. We have heard here that they are playing key roles on bodies such as UN Human Rights Council. They are also using increasingly their soft power in terms of cultural exchange, academic exchange, the media, the different kinds of propaganda and undermining of the flow of information. We all are aware of the activities of RT, formerly known as Russia Today, of Chinese television, and of other outlets that are fairly known. But we are also aware of activities of not so well known internet-based media organizations, trolling, etc. that is very active and that has been playing a larger and larger role, not just in weaker and newly establishing democracies, but also in more traditional Western democracies. We have seen that recently in several Western countries, including in the US. We also see that there is growing political activity and political connections of the authoritarian regimes with the West, with the Western democratic political systems. For example, over the weekend we have seen a visit by the leader of the German AfD party in Russia, meeting officials, discussing cooperation, and we have seen other activities of this nature in Europe in recent years. There is also hard power that these authoritarian regimes project more and more abroad, and Crimea or the situation in Donbass are just two small examples of that. And there's of course an internal aspect to this increased activity of authoritarian regimes in the world. And these include heightened control over the societies, increased persecution, increased centralization of power, increased control of media, less and less space for civil society, less and less space for opposition political parties, etc. And because of all this, it is more and more important that we together join our forces and stand up to these efforts and show that we see what is happening and we are willing to address these issues and we are willing to tackle these problems. The panel that has gathered here this morning has representatives for two countries that I have just been talking about. One of them is fairly known. We have known about the situation in Russia for years. We know that it is getting increasingly problematic. The society is getting increasingly closed. We know about the recent examples such as the case of Vladimir Kara-Murza, and we also see Russia's activity abroad. The other country that is being represented on this panel is an example of a country that has until fairly recently been what I think can be seen as an upcoming democracy, a regime where we could have seen an increasing openness, democracy, functioning, independent media, civil society. In fact, it has been for some time seen as a possible model for Muslim countries, as a specific form of a Muslim democracy. Unfortunately, the situation in Turkey has changed for the worse, and we have a person that will share some of his views on this with us. So without any further comments and without any further ado, I would like to hand the floor to our speakers this morning, and I would like to start with Jana Nemcova, who will be our first speaker. Jana Nemcova is a Russian journalist, political and social activist, and as you know, she's also a daughter of Boris Nemtsov, leading Russian liberal politician, opposition politician, and former vice prime minister of Russian government, who was murdered in Moscow in circumstances that have not been cleared until today in February 2015. After receiving threats, Jana Nemcova moved abroad and currently lives in Germany and works as a journalist for Deutsche Welle. So I would like you to welcome Jana Nemcova.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming and thank you for the invitation. It's a big honor for me to talk here at the Geneva Summit. So the title of the panel, as you know, the return of authoritarianism, and I think it fully reflects the situation which we now face in Russia. And Russia is not a democracy anymore. It's not a flawed democracy. It's an authoritarian country with the enormous role of Vladimir Putin, president of Russia. And I would like just to briefly support the idea that Russia is not a democracy. First of all, a Russian economy is controlled by the state. Over 70% of Russian gross domestic product is generated by state enterprises. That means that we do not have competitive market economy, and this is the essential feature of any liberal democracy. We have no political competition, though according to the official polls, 15% of Russians, from 15% to 20% of Russians, these people are critical of Vladimir Putin. They are not represented in any political bodies. No representatives of those people who are critical of the regime in the Russian lower chamber of parliament, in the Russian State Duma. We have no division of powers, actually. All power is concentrated in the arms of collective Vladimir Putin. We have no free media, as it was mentioned. All major Russian TV stations are controlled by the state or are owned by the state, and that means that 15% of Russians, or those who represent their interests, are not heard. They have no chance to be heard, but they have good chances to be attacked by Russian state media. We now witness the growing role of the Russian Orthodox Church in all spheres, and it's a tool in the arms of the Russian state to ensure its power. And very old religious dogmas which remind us of the Middle Ages are revived. And at this point, I would like to cite the words of the Patriarch of the Russian Church, who said exactly these words. Today we are dealing with a global heresy of worshiping the human, the new idolatry that removes God from human life. I think that these words speak for themselves. Unfortunately, in Russia, we have political prisoners. We have over 100 political prisoners now in Russia. And I'm very happy that today Anastasia Zotova, wife of Ildar Dadin, who was sentenced to a term in prison for one-man protests, for peaceful actually protests, she's today with me, and she's going to speak about the situation in Russian prisons. One famous Russian writer and satirist once said to me, you know, it's very easy to detect whether a particular regime is an authoritarian or it's a democracy. In a democracy, there is political satire and there are no political prisoners. In an authoritarian regime, there are political prisoners and there is no political satire targeting national leaders. And that's the case with Russia, unfortunately. I live in Germany. I'm based in Bonn, and I travel across Europe, and I talk to many people, and I know that there are lots of myths about Russia, though Mr. Moderator said that Russia is a well-studied subject. And one of the myths is that Russian leader Vladimir Putin is very popular. And this idea is based on their opinion polls. But you have to understand that opinion polls do not reflect any reality in an authoritarian regime. Because people are feared to express their ideas and their opinions publicly, as they see the increasing repression and political oppression. polls are not reliable. We don't have mass protests in Russia because people are feared to take to streets to protest against the Russian government. Although we have two trends that can show to us the real state of affairs in Russia. First of all, in the last 5 years, 500,000 people left Russia. Many Europeans and Americans say Russians are not prepared for a democracy. But you know, these people didn't go to North Korea, they didn't go to Saudi Arabia, they didn't go to Iran. All these people went to Germany, Canada, and the United States of America. And according to a lot of studies, Russians are those people who integrate quite easily, and that means that millions of Russians are familiar with European values and they feel themselves comfortable in democratic countries and they choose democratic countries for living. Secondly, what I want to say is we had the parliamentary elections in Russia and the turnout rate was below 50%. And in Moscow, it was below 30%. It's the lowest rate since the beginning of the 21st century. And that means that people do not believe in elections. I understand that these are fake elections, and they don't want to participate in these fake elections. And in many people's opinion, this is a silent protest. We don't know what the result of this silent protest will be. Though authoritarian regimes are visibly very stable, they are in fact very unpredictable. And it creates a lot of uncertainty. I want to end my short speech with the words of my father. He loved to repeat them. My father, Boris Nemtsov, the leading liberal politician in Russia, killed almost 2 years ago. 27th of February marks the second anniversary of his assassination. And my father repeated the same idea, Russia without Putin. And I think that Russia should be and must be without Putin, and it will be the reality one day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. Our next speaker is also from Russia, and she is Anastasia Zotova. Anastasia is, I think, not in business of defending human rights voluntarily, if I can understand her story correctly, because she is a wife of a person that is imprisoned. She's a wife of Russian activist Ildar Dadin, who was imprisoned for taking part in political demonstrations defending LGBT rights and the political pluralism in Russia. He was protesting in December 2015, arrested, and later moved from a prison in Moscow to a prison in Karelia in northern Russia, where he was tortured, and Anastasia released his case, revealed it in public, and secured the involvement of the Russian ombudsman, and still keeps fighting for Ildar's rights, and also personal safety, because I understand that he is in great personal danger physically also. So without further ado, I would like to invite Anastasia Zotova to the podium.
Thank you very much that now I can stay here and tell you about our problems in Russia and ask for help. It's not a secret that we in Russia have plenty of problems in the sphere of human rights. It will not be exaggeration to say that we don't have a police to protect citizens. We don't have fair courts. We don't have enforcement bodies that would work for people. All mentioned all mentioned institutions are not protecting human rights but oppressing them. Russian government that actually seized the power jails its critics, like in case of my husband, or even murders ones who strongly oppose, like they have done to Boris Nemtsov. Those are issues that are widely talked about both in Russia and beyond. And what seems to be the most stunning for international society is the fact that repressions touch not only political activists but also unpoliticized people. Even Russians who were never politically active complain that police now operating to protect not their rights but ruling regime. And police arrest innocent people because they need to fulfill their plan they had been given. It's well known that about 30% in Russian jails didn't commit crimes they had been sentenced for. There is one more thing that became evident. The tortures are officially legalized in Russian prisons. There are about 1,000 of prisons in Russia at all. But not each of them practices tortures. We found out what real tortures are when my husband had been transferred to Karelia and he sent me a letter last October. Let me quote the part of his letter. On September 11, 2016, the colony head, Kosiv, came to me with 3 employers. Together, they started beating me. Over the course of that day, I was beaten a total 4 times by 10 or 12 people at once. On September 12, several employers cuffed my hands behind my back and hanged over up by the handcuffs. I was suspended like that for half an hour. Then they took off my underwear and said they would bring another prisoner to rape me. After Ildar's letter had been published, dozens of other prisoners, former prisoners and current prisoners connected me and Ildar's lawyers, and they told me and lawyers the same things. They are all from the different parts of Russia. They are all were in prison in individual cells, so they couldn't communicate between each other. So they could barely plot the same story, and I think that's true, and I think Ildar and all these people told me the truth. And I think that prisoners of Karelian prison number 7 were tortured. There is no doubt for me about it. The colony has built the system of violence. Firstly, the jailed are beaten once they arrive. And then they are supposed to go through different kinds of violation, including the ban to openly express their religion views. For example, Muslims are forced to eat pork. Prison staff tied them and forcefully feed them with pieces of pork. And we are also informed about other cases of violence. Those people who start complaining are being placed in individual cells. That's what happened with Ildar. Those so-called punishment cells are the worst what can be with a prisoner, because every day, twice a day, each prisoner is taken out of these individual cells, and every day, twice a day, in morning and in evening, each prisoner is beaten. Firstly, a prisoner is taken out of his cell, and then he is led to the place where there are no cameras. And the prison staff can beat the prisoner without cameras, and no one knows about it. Other prisoners can hear how the person who is beaten is shouting. And I should stress that it's twice a day, in morning and in evening, every day to each prisoner. And the fact of tortures doesn't depend on political views of a prisoner or the reason a person was jailed. All prisoners are exposed to be beaten. And this is a system of violence, real system of violence. We are in touch with people who had suffered from different injuries, broken arms, broken legs, broken spine. I know about a person, he is a 35-year-old man, and he can't move around without a stick now. And all the injured are refused in having medical aid. One prisoner had consistently been handcuffed and hanged over the floor even after they broke his arm. And they also may undress a prisoner and force him outside in the freeze so he can die from cold. It's Karelia, it's very cold, -30 now. I know that all these things may sound very unreal, because I would never believe that if Ildar wouldn't told me about it. But Ildar can't be a liar. And all these people, we have dozens of people, and this is exactly how Karelian prisoners are being treated, and this is exactly makes us state that tortures in Karelia have a lot to do with crimes in Nazi concentration camps. In my victim list I have in my computer, and here we have dozens of names, and these are people who can prove that now I don't lie. But the problem is that we can't do nothing with it. We have applied to different institutions in Russia, including prosecutor's office, but it doesn't work at all. Instead, they tend to initiate new cases against prisoners who complained. Human rights defenders are not allowed in Karelian prisons, even the advisor of Vladimir Putin. It's strange that the lawyers still are allowed to meet prisoners. And I have no idea how we could help all these people. Maybe I should ask you for fair investigation of tortures in Karelia made by international institutions. But I can say that for prisoners in Karelia there is no human rights at all, no real justice. So let me name the people who are now being tortured in Karelia today. Хасбулат Габзаев, Анзор Мамаев, Зелимхан Гелисханов, Коба Шургая, Мурат Нагоев, Али Исламов, Миша Мгаян, Александр Зайцев, Геннадий Кирдалев, Артем Рухтаев, Петр Примерин, Виталий Бельский. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. You used the word unreal for description of these horrible tortures that are happening in Russian prisons. It is unreal, unbelievable. When I was here last time at the Geneva summit 2 years ago, moderating a panel, there was a description from one of our colleagues from Venezuela about conditions in Venezuelan prisons. She was mentioning La Tumba in Venezuela and the conditions in other prisons, and it's strikingly similar. So the authoritarian regimes behave horribly everywhere, and Russia, despite claiming to be a civilized country, behaves in this way, and it is unacceptable. Next person and next speaker, our last speaker for this panel, is a well-respected journalist from Turkey. His name has already been mentioned here, so I'll just briefly introduce him. He's Can Dündar. He, until August 2016, was editor-in-chief of Cumhuriyet newspaper, one of the most respected papers in Turkey. in November 2015, he was arrested because his newspaper provided evidence that Turkish state intelligence was supplying weapons to ISIS in Syria. After being released, he went off to exile, and he currently lives in exile in Germany. So, Chairman, please.
Thank you very much. It is very hard for me to speak after such a sad speech, ladies and gentlemen, but at the same time I'm very honored to be here in front of you in Geneva Summit for Democracy and Human Rights. We are in a big family of freedom fighters from all over the world here. The family that knows the meaning of democracy and human rights by heart. The family that never surrender under heavy pressures of the oppressive governments. The family who has the courage to act by risking everything they have, including their loved ones. We will talk about the return of authoritarianism. It cannot return to our land because it has never left the country. Our democracy is 66 years old and had 4 military interventions in this period of time. And now we are living through a civil authoritarian regime in Turkey. In fact, what Atatürk, our founder, has created was a miracle. He created a secular country out of a fragmented empire. We have waited 66 years to be a member in the European family. Finally, people fed up waiting and turned its back to the European dream. Turkey has lost European perspective. Europe has lost Turkey as the only secular democracy with the huge Muslim population. This experience was so important for all of us, so that its failure will be a victory for the Islamofascism in the East and Islamophobia in the West. Erdogan has never been a true believer of European Union or European ideals, but convinced the Europeans as if he had. Europe was looking for a leader less radical, a soft Islamist, and thought that it was Erdogan, and support him in coming to power and getting rid of the authoritarian army from Turkish political scene. Many liberals in Turkey also supported him, but in the lack of democratic institutions, the army was the only force who can stop the Islamists coming to power. After sending the soldiers into their barracks, thanks to the help of his partner Fethullah Gülen, Erdogan got the full power. And two Islamists, namely Erdogan and Gülen, had run the country hand in hand for 10 years. Erdogan was governing while Gülen controlling the bureaucracy. But more power brought more problems. And Erdogan and Gülen have separated. A war has started between them. As they were very close in power, they knew each other's secrets. So all of a sudden, they started to reveal those secrets. Thanks to this fight, we learned about the corruption case of Erdogan and dirty operations of the deep state created by Gülen. On the 16th of July, we witnessed a military coup attempt, and thanks God we survived. Many people thought it was something like a Reichstag fire, but I guess it was a serious attempt. If they succeeded, we would have a military government now. But instead, what we have now is a police state. What a difference, and nothing changed for us. Coup was a gift of God for Erdogan, as mentioned by himself. He used this opportunity to enhance his power and clear all of his opponents. He was lucky enough for hosting 3 million refugees to be used against Europe to buy their silence. He stopped Europe's criticism by using the fear of refugee flow. And now he is controlling the government, parliament, media, judiciary, police, and the army. And what we have is just this. This is the only power we have, which is powerful enough to fight against an oppressive government. Without the division of power and rule of law, now he was poisoned by his power, declared a state of emergency, and in a witch hunt, 15,000 people were arrested, 50,000 were sacked, politicians, journalists, teachers, writers, academics, lawyers. And under these circumstances, he decided to change the parliamentarian regime for a one-man system which will bring more authoritarianism. If he wins this referendum, he will have the power to abolish the parliament, declare state of emergency, control the judiciary, and the whole country. On the 16th of April, we will have the most important referendum in our history, and we will decide between democracy and dictatorship. And some of the people who dare to say no to dictatorship are in jail now, including leaders of the parliamentarians of the third biggest party and 150 journalists, including my paper's editor-in-chief, together with my 10 colleagues of our paper, Cumhuriyet. Let me just a few words about my case. I wrote a story 2 years ago about Turkish intelligence trucks trafficking arms through Syria. It was an international crime, an illegal attempt, and the story was true, never denied by the government. But instead, Erdogan threatened me, saying that the journalists who made this story will pay a heavy price, and I've been paying this price since then. I faced four charges, like spying, trying to topple the government, aiding terrorist organization, revealing state secrets, and got 5 years and 10 months of imprisonment, and I spent 3 months in prison, released by the decision of the Constitutional Court, saying that what we have done was not an act of terrorism, but an act of journalism. I was attacked in front of the courthouse at the decision day, but I survived thanks to the braveness of my wife, who jumped on the attacker and survived and saved my life. We are still fighting, and now I'm in exile in Germany, and we start a new media outlet there, which is banned from before we started. But in Turkey, many courageous journalists still fighting against this oppression and fighting for democracy and human rights in Turkey. And this is a very important opportunity for us, and I just want to say to you that please support those freedom fighters all over the world. Read and spread their articles, books, write letters to them, to the prison, go to their hearings, visit their families, and warn your governments not to support the oppression but the freedom fighters. And UN should hear the sound of this alternative UN summit, and I guess Turkish government deserves a resolution and a special session for the human rights abuses. If not now, then when? And why UN stand for. So we should keep this spirit alive, keep the team together here, and we should join our forces and stand up against aggression all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our three speakers. Our time is almost up, but before we leave the podium, I would like to ask you one more question. Some of you have already partially answered it, but I would still like to pose it again and maybe have a very clear answer. There is this continuous discussion about whether countries, Western countries, democratic countries, should engage in defense of human rights in their foreign policies, whether they should be somehow exchanging this for trade opportunities or for good political relations, etc. You are here in a place of UN, in the city where the League of Nations was seated, and where a part of UN is today. So can you briefly tell us what would you expect from the international community to do? How can specifically the international community or individual countries help? What can they do? What can we all do? And we may start from whoever wants, maybe Anastasia.
Really, frankly speaking, I have no idea how we can fight against tortures in Russia, but I hope that maybe international delegation can go to prisons in Karelia, and maybe then Russian government will be afraid of publicity and will judge prison staff who tortured the prisoners. And if these people will be in prison themselves, then the tortures will be stopped. I hope so, because I have no other idea how to help all these people. And I should say that Ildar is not now in Karelia, he is in Siberia, it's far from Moscow, but I hope he is not in danger anymore, and because of international support, I hope that he can be released very soon. Tomorrow we have another hearings of his deal, and maybe tomorrow he will be released. I hope.
We all very much hope that Ildar will be released tomorrow, and there are good chances for this. And why he will be released, why we have hope, there is a clear answer what you can do to raise awareness, to create publicity. All political prisoners in Russia who were released, they were recognized, they were known on the international arena. Nadezhda Savchenko and Petr Pavlensky, and because of the international community support, they were released. But we have 100 political prisoners more, and you have to raise with these issues when you talk to Russian officials, and to talk about it, and to invite lawyers and defenders of those who cannot speak for themselves, who are political prisoners. And one more thing, I know that with Turkey it's very difficult because of the refugee deal with Europe, but with Russia we don't have any deals between Russia and Europe. Russia is under sanctions, economic sanctions. Russia exports oil and gas, and I think it will never cease to export it to Europe. So human rights first, gas second.
Well, I am not very optimistic about the governments, but the civil society and the institutions. But rather than that, now, till yesterday, I'm just thinking of an idea that if we are here from all over the world, so freedom fighters, suffering people, and strong politicians and figures. And I'm just wondering if we can keep this spirit alive, and this team of freedom fighters can make a kind of delegation, and together with some NGOs we can do a kind of lobbying for democracy and human rights. And it will be much more effective than any state's machinery or any NGO, because those are the people who suffered a lot. And they know what torture means, what human rights means by heart. So why not coming together and make this, team, keep this team together, and for the future, this delegation can visit countries, make, a kind of monitoring missions, or apply to the governments, talk to them together with NGOs, and, they can prepare resolutions for EU, UN, etc. So I guess this was a very important opportunity for us to get to know each other, and if we can keep the spirit alive, we can do more for human rights and democracy.
Thank you very much. Our time is indeed up, so I would like to thank all of the speakers for their closing words, because what they said now in the end was very important. We can all do very much, even individually and as groups in the civil society and in corporations with even the governments and international bodies, etc. And we should be more active and more coordinated. So thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to the speakers.
Thank you, Jakub, and our excellent panelists, Jean Dundar, Zhana Nemtsova, and Anastasia Zotova. I think we heard some very powerful testimonies about what is happening, and we heard a call for action. We heard Jean Dundar say that we need to keep this coalition together, and our pledge to you, Jean, on behalf of the co-sponsors, is that we will work together. We will work together, and we will continue this movement. And with that, I would like to invite our next panel to please come forward. Antonietta Ledesma, Chito Gascon, Tagir Rahmani. If you could, sorry, I'm jumping ahead, I'm sorry. Now it's for Tamara. So Tamara Doncheva will present our next award. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tamara Doncheva, and I head the Human Rights Program at Libero International. It is my pleasure to present the Geneva Summit 2017 International Women's Rights Award. As we are weeks away from celebrating International Women's Day, I think it is fitting to ask, who are the female heroes among us? Who are the women whom we most look up to when we speak of courage, relentless determination, and unwavering strength? Among us here today, we have a young Iraqi Yazidi woman who dreamt of being a lawyer, and who, like many other young women around the world, aspired to lead a fulfilling life, driven by her own ambitions and nurtured by the safety of her own upbringing. Her dream and her life was shattered 3 years ago when she was only 17 and found herself abducted by one of the most dangerous and violent extremist groups, the Islamic State. Shireen was tortured and kept as a sex slave by ISIS fighters, many of whom she recognized as her former neighbors, for nearly 9 months, suffering physical and psychological pain that only those who have gone through similar horrors can truly imagine. Until today, she does not know what has happened to her closest family. Shireen is much more than a hero. She is an astonishingly brave woman who chose to stand up for all the other women and girls like her by sharing her heart-wrenching story, which was recently published under the title, "I Remain a Daughter of the Light." I would like to quote Shireen herself, who said, when she wrote the book, that she wanted to tell the story of her people, so that the world never forgets what ISIS did and what ISIS is. As she said, I wanted to show that ISIS is pure evil and it is not Islam. At this time, I would like to invite our co-sponsors to join me on the stage. This year, as the inaugural recipient, of our Women's Rights Award, we have selected Shireen not just because she is a victim, but because she has the courage to speak on behalf of all of those who will never get a chance to speak for themselves. And so, on behalf of the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, I'm proud to present our 2017 International Women's Rights Award to Shireen. As the inscription reads, for giving a voice to the voiceless and for defending the basic human rights of Yazidi women. Shireen, please come forward.
Eileen will bring us the award. We'll wait one moment. Some technical pause for just a moment. And if any other of our co-sponsors are here from the Tibetan Association, they're invited on stage. Second. Is Shireen here? Yep. Shireen, please come forward.
Everyone forward a little bit this time? Okay. On my camera, please, everyone. Without going? Perfect. Okay, one more time. Okay, perfect. Last one. Perfect, thank you.
سروك برزان اندام قناة جنفيا ما في مروان ديمقراطية اما دبوين برز اسقل جدلو جان سباسياوات كان بوفي دعوي وبيفي خلاتي بها جيران يكو لايقي هركة جنو زاروكي ايشو جان ديتين بويا قربانيا في تشتي وين اسبنا في وان بايبن وكي چكاب چاوي خوديتي وبساري هات تاكرن نابي مشيرينا نابي من سراس دلال خيرو
I would like to thank you very much for this invitation. My name is Shireen. I'm 20 years old and I come from the village of Hardan in the district of Shingal. I'm from a middle-class family. My family consisted of 7 family members. My father worked as an electrician. My mother was a housewife who took care of us and the household. I had 2 brothers and sisters. We attended school. My wish was to become a lawyer and to fight for justice and women's rights. At that time, everything changed for my family. On the 3rd of August 2014, on that day, the Islamic State attacked Shingal. Our men had only rudimentary weapons to defend the region. Then the south of Shingal fell, and ISIS moved towards Hardan. And it continued to move on from one place to the next. One of our Sunni neighbors said they were going to come and told us we shouldn't fear for our lives because they would not do us any harm. We should raise white flags, show we had no weapons or uniforms. Nonetheless, my cousin Salim was 19 years old, was called by his Sunni teacher, who told him that the Islamic State would soon be attacking Hardan. They would be killing all the men and kidnapping them and enslaving the women and the children. The news spread rapidly. We and our neighbors prepared to take flight immediately. We didn't know what was awaiting us and what our fate would be. But we couldn't get away. We were arrested at 6 o'clock. I and 26 family members and 350 other families from the village. At first, the men and women were separated. The men had to stay in Ardan, including my brother Fawaz. The boys and young people under 16 stayed with the women. We suspect they were murdered, for several mass graves were found around Ardan. I was alone in a car, and my mother and sisters were in another car. We had to hand over our money, our jewelry, our IDs, our mobile phones. We were told that we would no longer need the IDs. We were brought to Badosh first. The older women were sent off to work as servants. I was part of a group of 700 other women. We were separated in 3 groups. One went to Raqqa, and the remaining 70 women, including myself, stayed in Tel Afar. One day later, boys and adolescents between the age of 5 and 15 were taken out, including my brother Azad, who was 9. Then other women were separated from their mothers and they were sent off for sexual slavery. And we learned that the Islamic State had planned the attack. Later, I saw my brother Nasa. He was detained for 5 months. I was a servant. I had to pray 5 times a day. I was in charge of the breakfast, dinner. The last man who bought me did so because of the misdeeds he had done, to get a good conscience. I was sold several times and I became pregnant, and I realized 2 months later that I was pregnant, but by that time I'd been bought by another man. I wanted to abort the child, and I took medicine and carried heavy things, hoping to miscarry. It happened, but I was very sick, and I became very ill because of it. It happened, but I was very sick because of it. I was captured by the Islamic State for 9 months and was sold 9 times, and I was very mistreated and raped. The last man who bought me did so, as I said, to make up for what he had done. Afterwards I was sent to Bedan and was treated. After my liberation, I looked for a job so I could forget these bad memories, and I met the organization called the International Society for Human Rights, Frankfurt, in Doak. At the time they were distributing donations and relief supplies to the refugee camps. We were treated medically. We were given special therapies which have helped me to continue to live today. For all the organizations here or the cooperative groups, my deepest wish is to liberate the 3,000 women who are still in detention. The leaders of ISIS are responsible for these attacks and should be brought before the International Criminal Court or other international courts. We must do a number of things. We must take aid projects and help them to be accepted. We must locate the mass graves and study the DNA. There must be international recognition of the massacre of the Yazidi people as a genocide. Protection must be provided for endangered people such as the Yazidi. We must help the Yazidi refugees outside of Iraq, in Greece and in Turkey. They must be supported. If the Iraqi government must be urged to begin the reconstruction of the destroyed villages of the Yazidi and to provide adequate infrastructure. Thank you.
Doing, it's really extraordinary. It's hard. He speaks quickly, so I think I speak quickly. He speaks quickly. And it's hard to follow all the incredible things that he's doing for his human rights clients, bringing former presidents from around the world to lobby on behalf of his people. It's really extraordinary. So it's a pleasure to introduce the manager of Perseus Strategies, the founder of Freedom Now, and one of the great human rights lawyers of our time, Jared Genzer.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all here. this morning. We have a fabulous panel, and if I can ask the panelists to come up, I'm going to do it slightly different than some of the other panels. I'm going to actually speak at the end, but let me just kind of frame the conversation very, very briefly. Our panelists today are three people who have firsthand faced serious repression in various means and manners. Our panelists are Antonieta Ledesma, who of course is the daughter of the imprisoned mayor of Caracas, Antonio Ledesma. I was with actually her mom Mitzi last week in Washington, making our way around and advocating for Venezuela human rights. And although most people have been focusing on the negative things that my president has been doing, which I think there are a number of those that are concerning. Last week, the United States actually reversed its policy in Venezuela in exactly the right way, sanctioning the sitting vice president of the country and meeting Lilian Tintori, the wife of my client, Leopoldo Lopez, the leading political prisoner in Venezuela, along with Antonio Ledesma. Also speaking on the panel is Chito Gascon, who I had the pleasure of spending some time talking to last night, the chair of the Philippines Human Rights Commission, who is fighting the good fight against really extraordinary repression by the president of the Philippines. He was telling me last night there have been some 7,500 plus extrajudicial killings since Duarte has become president, which is obviously horrifying for a otherwise democratic country. And then lastly is Tagmi Rahmani, a former Iranian political prisoner, and of course the husband of the jailed human rights activist Narges Mohammadi, who is in Evin prison suffering extraordinarily right now and desperately in need of the world's help and support. And so the panel topic for this morning is fighting oppression and defending human rights. And what we're going to be doing is hearing from three people on the front lines about their own experiences in very different contexts, very different kinds of country situations, from an Islamic theocracy to a so-called democratic country and to highly authoritarian dictatorship, secular dictatorship in Venezuela. So we'll go in order of the speakers on the panel, and if I can ask each of the panelists to speak for no more than 10 minutes, and we'll begin with Antonieta Ledesma.
Thank you, Jared, and thank you, Hillel, UN Watch, and all the organizations who made this amazing event possible. I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not the one who's not afraid, but the one who conquers that fear. I still remember the first words my father told me, quoting Nelson Mandela the first time I visited him in jail. I am here with all of you to speak about the story of a man who 2 years ago sacrificed his freedom for his democratic beliefs, and the story of a country that even in the darkest of our moments, we have never lost the ability to dream of freedom. The past 19th of February of 2015, my father, Antonio Ledesma, the former mayor of Caracas, was abruptly and arbitrarily arrested by 120 police armed men who showed up in his office, came without a warrant for his arrest, without any sort of explanation to us, his lawyers, why were they taking him, the reasons of his detention. And for the longest hours of my life, I didn't know whether my father was being tortured, whether my father was alive, or what was his situation. It wasn't until a year later in which he had his first preliminary hearing in where he received the unfair and political charges of conspiracy and criminal association, and also the possibility of ending up in jail for 26 years. He's the only mayor of the world who today is arbitrarily and illegally arrested. And it's been 2 years since, as the daughter of a political dissident, I've learned to transform this fear into courage. Because today I cannot only talk about Antonio Ledesma, I cannot only talk about one political prisoner, that would be selfish. I am here talking on behalf of more than 100 courageous women and men who are today illegally and arbitrarily behind bars for unmasking Maduro's regime. Because Maduro, Nicolás Maduro, the man we have to call president in Venezuela, is a man who has destroyed my country, a man who has violated all democratic and human rights principles to maintain himself in power, a man who has led us to the worst humanitarian crisis in our history. Because today, as I am speaking to all of you, my people, the Venezuelans, are dying of hunger, are dying in our hospitals, are dying in our streets due to the lack of food, medicine, and the lack of security. And that's the reality of my country. That's the real face of Maduro dictatorship. Because it doesn't matter if he wants to silence us by putting us behind bars, if he wants to silence us by oppressing our press, one of his last measures of taking out the signal of CNN, because if I can reassure all of you something, is that every authoritarian government is terribly afraid of information. Seeing my father in jail and now with house for arrest is the hardest experience I've ever had to live through. The government has turned my house into a prison. We have 30 policemen constantly watching us, constantly recording all of our conversations and treating us like if we were criminals. Twice a day, or sometimes more, they photograph my father, making sure he hasn't escaped. And in each knock of our door, we feel the constant fear of not knowing if that's the moment they're going to take him back to jail. He's not allowed to look through the window. Actually, when it was his second anniversary, he looked through the window, and we don't know if he's going to be sanctioned for that. So until today, he hasn't had a sentence or the chance to defend himself, because in my country there is no state of law or any sort of separation of institutions. In the last 2 weeks, as Jared mentioned, we have received the support of the White House, and more than 20,000 mayors all around the world has demanded the release of Antonio Ledesma. This past Sunday, in his second anniversary, the Parliament did an historic session on the street, asking for the immediate release of my father, stating that as the mayor elected and re-elected and the second civil authority of my country, he needed to go back to the streets to work for his people and to work with his people, and go back to his political situation. Real leaders must be ready to sacrifice all for the freedom of their people. And I grew up listening to this from my father, but I never really understood the real meaning until I saw him sacrifice his freedom 2 years ago. I would like to share a segment of one of my favorite letters he wrote when he was in jail. Today, I feel more than ever firm and willing to persist in this fight for liberty. I am both mentally and spiritually prepared to withstand the infamy and misery of being unfairly put in jail. For me, prison is a non-transferable experience, because when you surrender your will for a just and noble cause, the strength to keep your head and your principle up high is renewed. I cannot assure you that our victory in Venezuela will come tomorrow or next month, but we can affirm that freedom triumph is today closer than ever. Now, I want all of you that when you live here and you think about Venezuela, think about Antonio Ledesma, think about more than 100 political prisoners, and think about Venezuelan people who are suffering today. I want you all to put a face to my father, to my country, and to the bravest man I've ever met in my life. Thank you.
pueblo peleando por un paquete de harina o por un pote de leche. Pues bien, es la hora de la dignidad, es la hora del coraje, es la hora del civismo. Aquí no vengo a tomarme una fotografía, aquí vengo a decir presente y consecuente con un pueblo por el que vale la pena luchar.
Maduro está aquí y va a seguir aquí, caballero, porque aquí no hay revocatorio.
Ni por las buenas ni por las malas vendrán más nunca Miraflores, ni con votos ni con balas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. First of all, good morning to everyone, our dear friends, the organizers of the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, UN Watch, Ambassador Moses, Hillel, and I'm grateful to the Liberal International Human Rights Committee for the invitation to come here and to join you this morning in this important gathering, a platform where human rights activists, champions and defenders of human rights come together to speak about their stories, and I'm humbled by being here with all of them. And I'm grateful to Antonietta for her testimony about Venezuela, and I'm with you in your call for freedom for your father and for all political prisoners in Venezuela. I come here to speak about what's happening in my country, the Philippines. The Philippines will be commemorating in a few days, on the 25th of February, its 31st anniversary of its people power revolution against dictatorship. So in 31 years ago, we toppled a brutal dictator and ushered in democratic institutions. However, the Philippine case is a case of how quickly it is for institutions such as rule of law, human rights, separations of powers can be quickly undermined if we do not continue to draw the line. Last year, in popular elections, the Filipino people elected President Rodrigo Duterte to be the new president, and he assumed office in June of 2016, barely 7 months now into office. And in the course of that time, 7 months, as part of what he perceived to be a clear mandate from those who had voted for him, he undertook a relentless, strong-arm campaign against crime and drugs. And it has resulted today in close to 7,500 deaths as a result of this effort. Two-thirds of these 7,000 plus deaths were committed by unknown perpetrators. It is suspected that they have been killed by vigilante groups, and 1/3, or almost 2,000, have been killed in the hands of law enforcement, the police, in what they claim to be every single case a self-defense case. Our local term for it is non-laban. They fought back. So this program is continuing to this day, and there is no let-up in this anti-drug, anti-war campaign, anti-crime campaign of, or war on drugs of the Duterte administration. And what it represents is an unprecedented number of killings, not since the authoritarian period. 1,000 people killed each month, in an effort that undermines the constitutional guarantees of due process, presumptions of innocence, and rule of law. This is why I come here today in this forum to share with you this incident, in particular because the Department of Justice of our country has yet to file a single case in court against any of the perpetrators. And if this program continues, we are greatly afraid that the violence will spread, and not only criminals will be subject to attack, but even those who are in opposition to this current policy. Over the weekend, just past, the staunchest opponent of this policy, Senator Laila De Lima, who was former chair of the body which I currently head, the Commission on Human Rights, and former Minister of Justice, and currently in opposition in the Senate, has been charged by the Department of Justice, and they are now waiting on the possibility of a warrant of arrest to be issued to charge her for alleged involvement in drugs. But the evidence that has been presented is actually inconsequential, and we view this to be essentially a political harassment. So what is happening now is a movement away from the violence directed at criminals alone to possibly violence directed at the political opposition to President Duterte. There is, of course, other efforts that are being undertaken in my country beyond this current spate of killings in the course of the drug war. And this involved the reimposition of the death penalty, as well as the reduction of the minimum age of criminal liability from currently 15 to a proposal of 9 years old. So this triple whammy of sorts of killings in the streets, reimposition of the death penalty, and the reduction of the criminal age to 9 years old constitute part of essentially the strongman tactic that is being pursued by the current administration. And human rights groups are speaking out against this. The church is beginning to speak up for the right to life. And this session is about standing up against oppression and upholding human rights. And that is what we must do wherever we find human rights violations, wherever we find an attack on human rights. We must speak up against this, because an attack on human rights is itself an attack on democracy. An assault on the lowest person, most vulnerable person in our society, hits to the core of our humanity. And it is important for us to clearly draw the line and to speak up against human rights wherever, human rights violations wherever we find them. And the final message I'd like to ask all of us to do is to ensure that we push back, find the courage, as Antonietta referred to earlier, to push back against all of these assaults on human rights. We must draw courage from the women who marched in the streets 30 days ago across DC, New York, and San Francisco as a pushback against misogyny and affirmation of their dignity. We must push back, like the lawyers, like Jared and others, who rushed to airports when the borders were closed to offer free legal services so that refugees and people who were banned to travel into the United States might be able to enter. We must push back, such as what indigenous peoples and First Nations are doing in defense of their land and ancestral domain against intrusion. We must push back, such as what journalists are doing all over the world, to look for truth regardless of the consequences, even when they're told that they are enemies of the state. We must push back like what children in Palestine are doing, setting up barricades in defense of their homes being bulldozed. There are so many issues that we'll be listening to today, and all of these issues across different countries are about protecting and defending democracy by upholding human rights. So I ask all of us here, we're grateful for your interest, to continue to look at all of these issues, and please do look at the struggle that we are facing in the Philippines, defending the line of democracy and human rights against the current assaults on it. Thank you very much.
Please push. با سلام خانم ها و آقایان، من تغییر رحمانی هستم.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mr. Tagmi Ramani. I am a political activist and a writer, and I am a researcher in contemporary history. I work in the areas of politics and religion. I've spent more than 14 years in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Over the last 3 decades, at the present time, I have been sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment, and I have a number of trials pending before Iranian justice. Right now, the Iranian system is not independent, and I have been sentenced to 16 years of prison. As I said, the Iranian judiciary is not independent. It is controlled by the intelligence services of the country. The judiciary in Iran does not address political cases as it is stipulated in the constitution and according to Iranian law. These laws do not protect detainees, and moreover, Iranian justice does not respect these laws for political prisoners. I am going to denounce here certain behavior that is arbitrary by the Iranian judiciary. First of all, there are nighttime arrests without any justification, and without the person who is being detained being informed of the crime of which he is suspected of having committed. Prisoners are placed in isolation, long periods of isolation, to pressure the prisoners. I personally have been submitted to long periods of isolation, and I have also endured physical torture and psychological torture. and this is meted out to human rights offenders. 3, we are interrogated at night without the presence of a lawyer when we are placed in isolation. 4, there are unfair trials. The courts are under the influence of the intelligence service agents, and investigating judges have shown me each time what my sentence was to be, even before I was heard by the court. Repeatedly, the courts sentenced me to the exact same sentence that the investigating judges had announced even before the hearings began. Hearings are held behind closed doors under the pretext that the issues relate to the national security of the country. The governmental media exaggerate the charges against the accused. And all hearings are held, as I said, behind closed doors. The accused cannot defend himself when facing the accusations by the media. 6, political prisoners are imprisoned alongside of drug traffickers and gang members under the pretext that in Iran there are no political prisoners. 7, there is no respect for the rules governing houses of detention, and detainees are deprived of their rights. The prisoners are pushed to collaborate with the prison wards in order to get bonuses and certain rights. 8, bail is very high, and is particularly for the right to be remanded into custody. And sometimes the authorities do not ever release the bail, even after the detention has ended and the prisoner has been released. 9, the detainees are deprived of their civic rights, even after they have been released. And this is done so that they will submit to the will of the regime. It is extremely difficult for political prisoners in Iran. 10, there is a creation of a climate of fear. There's a lack of security and harassment of former prisoners to such an extent that the detainees, after they have been released, do not feel psychologically safe. 11, prisoners are constantly summoned by the intelligence services, and over the past years, many political activists have been summoned repeatedly. 12, certain former detainees are prevented from pursuing higher studies. 13, certain political opponents like Hossein Mousavi, Mehdi Karouba, and Zahra Ranava have all been leaders of their movements, and they are still restricted to their residences and not allowed to leave, and no charges have been brought against them. amongst these cases that I've just mentioned, the 12 points on the agenda out of 13 were points that I have suffered from, and many others suffer from inhuman treatment. I was prevented from continuing my university studies, and I was not allowed to hold a public job. My wife, Narges Nomadi, was dismissed from her work because of her human rights activities. I was tortured physically many times, but there are many prisoners who have suffered much more than I. Ladies and gentlemen, in Iran, the judiciary does not respect its own laws. They are very far from respecting human rights. The code, the criminal code, Islamic law concerning punishment are far from the principles of human rights. But the Iranian judiciary does not even respect its own laws. And it has maintained severe restrictions that stymie freedom of expression. The third chapter of the Iranian constitution covers the rights of the nation, but the judiciary does not even respect these principles in its own constitution. The law on political offenses does not ensure sufficient protection for the people who have been accused of political offenses, and is not in line with international law. This law has, moreover, not even been put into practice by the Iranian judiciary. We must have a dialogue with the government in Iran and ask them, demand that they respect their own laws. And then we must try to have them change their laws on the basis of human rights. Under Chapter 3 of the Iranian Constitution, this is discussed. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all three of you for bringing to life the struggles that each of you are undertaking in your own countries to restore democracy and achieve fundamental human rights for your families, for your country, and for your people. I'm going to speak for just a few minutes about my own experience that relates to the kinds of topics that we've been discussing already, and then I have a number of questions for the panelists as well. I'm an international human rights lawyer, and when I went to law school, I thought that learning about international law and human rights would be of some relevance to what I might actually do for a living. When in fact, in virtually all of the countries that I've gone up against, there is no rule of law in any meaningful sense of that term. And much of what one has to do is to use the tools that are provided by international law, but combine one's efforts with substantial political and public relations advocacy in order to enforce the rule of law in those countries. What's very interesting is that in the 20th century we saw a dramatic advance of international law, beginning with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, and then a series of international treaties that in the 20th century were signed onto by many, many countries in the world. So, for example, we've been talking a lot about civil and political rights during this session. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights now has more than 170 state parties across 193 countries on Earth that cover 92% of the world's population. It's actually not the case, as you often hear governments argue, that there are religious or cultural or geographic reasons why how one interprets freedom of expression should be viewed differently. Because, of course, when countries sign on to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, They're agreeing to a single standard for what is freedom of expression, what is freedom of religion, what are rights of due process, and not a culturally relative interpretation of those laws. So let me just offer 3 points about some of my own experience freeing political prisoners around the world and fighting oppressive regimes. The first is to talk about the importance of political prisoners, and I was unfortunately unsurprised to hear from Cheeto that the government is now going after a leading senator and opposition figure, because of course when one is operating as the president of your country is operating, there will be substantial opposition and effective opposition, and as a result, what has to happen next is to put those people away. Unfortunately, the smarter repressive regimes hide the reality of why they are charging people with crimes behind what on the surface appear to be legitimate offenses. So charging somebody with drug offenses makes it harder to defend them internationally at first, because you have to get behind those pretextual charges. But in my experience, political prisoners are the heroes of our time, and frankly, even more so are the family members who love them and who are tireless in advocacy on their behalf. They are the bellwether for their countries as to the repression that people are undertaking. They are the people who have the courage to stand up to autocracies and say, no, I'm not going to go along, I'm not going to succumb to pressure, I'm not going to succumb to threats of assassination, imprisonment, torture, or even death, because freedom is a very powerful idea that is in their heads and can't be beaten out of political prisoners, in my experience, regardless of how severe the beatings get. And so in my view, by supporting political prisoners and helping to secure their release from jail, that has a dramatic ripple effect down into societies. Because of course, if dictators can imprison people who oppose them with impunity, then what hope does the average person wanting to stand up to the dictatorship have if they do so? They are therefore afraid that they will be locked up arbitrarily and held under torturous conditions and detained for really extended periods of time, if not killed extrajudicially, as the case may be. So in my view, all governments around the world should be looking to take up the cases of representative political prisoners in all countries where there are political prisoners and seeking their freedom, because by achieving their freedom, we help not just them, but everyone around them who are fighting for similar rights and values. The second point I want to make is about what motivates dictators. And this is from my experience, having taken up more than 40 cases of political prisoners over the years. And my experience is that dictatorships, although they are very, very different, operate by one fundamental principle, which is fear. They like to instill fear, but the reason they like to instill fear is because they are afraid. They are afraid of their own people. They are afraid of what their people might do to them. They are afraid of loss of power. They are afraid of justice and accountability. And unless we understand that it is fear that motivates dictators and play to that fear in the maximum ways possible, it is very, very difficult to defeat them. Dictatorships don't just operate in their own country. Dictators don't operate in their own countries to go after people. They travel the world to go after their critics. So, I mean, most recently, of course, we saw the brother of Kim Jong-un in North Korea assassinated in Malaysia. I was recently able, working with other highly competent counsel, to secure the release in France of Mukhtar Ablyazov, a leading political prisoner and opposition figure in Kazakhstan. The government of Kazakhstan pursued him all over the world, helped facilitate the abduction of his wife and daughter from Italy to be returned to Kazakhstan in an extraordinary rendition case in Italy, and worked with the government of Russia and Ukraine to manufacture charges against him that led to extradition proceedings in France. And they almost got him. But ultimately, collectively, we were able to prevail in that case, and he's now able to return to his critical activities advocating for a restoration of democracy to his country. So we have to go after dictatorships wherever they are. I mean, I would also note, because I also represent Liu Xiaobo, the 2010 Nobel Peace Laureate, and began working with his wife, Liu Xia, a few months before he won the Nobel Peace Prize, that the Chinese government, as another illustration, and they've now stopped publishing these figures, but the Chinese government spends more than $120 billion a year to monitor their own population. And it's a losing battle because, well, the Chinese people now have access to the internet. There are almost as many mobile phones as there are people in a country of 1.4 billion. Many people have multiple phones. And as much as they try to control what is happening in the country, there are more than 150,000 protests a year in the country. But I like to joke that no detail is too small for the Chinese government. Going after political prisoners, they also spent many years fighting my NGO, Freedom Now, to get our consultative status at the UN. It was a 5-year struggle for us to get our consultative status, and it required the United States calling a vote in ECOSOC in order for us to finally be approved after many years being turned down by the NGO committee. Last point I want to make is on my own experience just getting to know political prisoners and their families over so many years. And what has really astonished me in the work that I'm involved in, and of course we are all human beings, so this maybe shouldn't be so surprising, but what I've really learned from political prisoners and their families from so many different religions and geographies and cultures and contexts is that it's very similar things that motivate all of them to stand up to repressive dictatorships. And they see repression in their local context, sometimes in a more or less severe way. And despite everything in their society telling them to just keep their mouths shut, to keep their heads down, to just go along to get along, this just isn't how they're built. And they're not capable of standing silently by as their fellow man and woman and children are being repressed. They have to stand up and be counted because their conscience doesn't enable them to look the other way at the repression of their own people. And I've heard similar stories as I've gotten my clients out of jail around the world in so many different contexts and in so many different languages that it's just really stunning to understand that the power of human dignity as an intellectual concept really connects all of us around the world. And despite all the arguments of governments that there are culturally relative reasons why in a particular context one should look at fundamental rights in different ways, that in fact those rights are universal and connect all of us. So let me just conclude what I have to say by noting on political prisoners that my client, Liu Xiaobo, when he was convicted and sentenced to 11 years in prison for subversion, at the end of his trial, he, in December 2009, he released a statement through his local council, and I'll just paraphrase it, but I think it's very apropos of what all the panelists have been talking about. He said that when an independent intellectual stands up to a dictatorship, that often freedom comes by first having to pass through a jail cell. And by being sentenced to prison and going to jail, that true freedom is that much closer for the Chinese people. So let me just leave it at that, and then I think there are a number of very interesting questions that have been raised by the panelists. But let me ask all three of you. It's very easy from where I stand, relatively speaking, to stand up for human rights and democracy all over the world, because of course I can do that mostly from the safety of my own office in Washington, D.C. I do get out in the world and I'm able to travel to many of the countries where I represent political prisoners, but in a country like Venezuela, for example, I'm not given a visa to go. And in other country contexts like the Maldives, I was deported when I first tried to visit President Nasheed when he was in jail. And it was an honor to represent him and to continue to work with him to restore democracy to his country. But let me ask all three of you, what is it that motivates you in your different contexts to take the risk of standing up to the governments that are repressing your people? You're obviously putting your family members, but also yourselves, are a great personal risk. And so it would be interesting to hear from your different perspectives what motivates you to continue to fight that fight on behalf of your families and for your country. I think we each have microphones.
I think you should sit. You should sit.
Okay. Why don't we go this way?
Well, I think that... Is it on?
Yeah.
What motivates me to fight for freedom is because what I believe personally that has happened in Venezuela is that Venezuelans have learned what freedom and human rights are by not having them, not knowing it for over 20 years. I represent the youth of my country. I'm 25 years old, and I don't know anything differently than living under the oppression of a government. And personally, last September, I had to leave because my life was in danger. I was constantly threatened. So when you have to leave and when you see so many people you love being so affected by a dictatorship, I think that is something that goes beyond yourself. You know, it's something that I cannot explain into words, because when you see injustice so close, it's like you just get up and you say, stop, we need a change. We don't want this any longer. And because I want to live in a free country, it's as simple as that. I don't want to live in a country under the fear of expressing my ideas. I don't want to live in a country in where I'm treated differently because I am the daughter of a politician who doesn't agree with the regime. And that's basically it. I want to live in a country where I can have and build a family, and where I'm not different because I think differently. And that's something that I want to fight for, and I'm going to continue in fighting for, because that's what I learned growing up. That's what I saw on my father. Because, you know, even though I remember when Chavez passed away, my father was the first who said, we can never be happy for the loss of someone, because the same way as you and my case, he has a daughter who cries for him, and that's respect. And that's what makes me fight, and because, you know, it's something that goes beyond yourself. And when you fight for freedom and democracy and human rights, it's a fight that has no boundaries, and, you know, that's how it is.
I just want to echo what Antonietta just said. What motivates us to do what we have to do is the human spirit that aspires for truth, for justice, for freedom. I lived through the dictatorship in my country. I was a young man then, and we saw firsthand the oppression that a dictatorship does on its own people. And while for a short time, those who would rule over us may think that they will never be held to account, over time, ultimately, there will be a reckoning, there will be an accounting. You know? And that is because people always aspire to have freedom, and which is why it's important that we, as I mentioned earlier, draw the line. When we see human rights violations, we shouldn't keep quiet. We have to speak up against it. Now, when we see violations of law, when we see abuse of authority, it's important for us to hold those who have power to account. So that's what has motivated me in the course of our struggle against the dictatorship and over the last 31 years of trying to build up a democracy. And that's what will continue to motivate me and our fellow travelers in the Philippines who are working for truth, for justice, to continue to speak truth to power, and hopefully over time ensure that justice will be served.
یه بحثی مطرحه که تو حقوق بشر جهانی است. حقوق بشر جهانی هست، ولی به شرطی که بتواند بالاتر از مذاهب، مکاتب و به عنوان ناظر بر همه مکاتب.
Le droit de l'homme, comme tout à l'heure vous avez dit.
Human rights, as you said before, is universal. It must be superior and be above all religions and all cultures.
تا یک مسئله جهانی بشه ولی میدانید که الان حقوق بشر در جهان هم مورد تهدید است. یعنی تمام کسانی که به نوعی منافع اقتصادی و سیاسی دارن در حقوق بشر یا دور میزنن یا عملا نادیده میگیرن.
People who have in commercial or economic interests do not respect human rights.
ولی انگیزه من برای به اصطلاح آزادی و دموکراسی که بخشی از حقوق بشره، همه حقوق بشر نیست، چون حقوق بشر اعلامیه‌اش خیلی گسترده است، باورهای مذهبیم هست که دعوت میکند ما رو به عدالت و آزادی و احترام به حق دیگران، اینکه مردم بتوانند آزاد زندگی کنند و مهمتر خودم در جامعه زندگی کنم و فرزندانم در جامعه زندگی کنند که تحقیر نشن. این به نظر من از همه مهمتره.
My fellow countrymen and my fellow Muslims lead me to say that we want to live in a free society. I want to be able to express myself freely, that my children will be able to be free and express themselves in a society where justice counts.
به شکل متناوب فعالیت کردن بسیار سخته. آرزوی من این هستش که بتوانم هزینه فعالیت سیاسی در ایران و هزینه فعالیت‌های مدنی در ایران پایین بیارم تا انسان‌های زیادی از طریق مبارزه مدنی به حق سیاسی هم دست پیدا کنند. تنها راه کم هزینه کردن و حقوق بشری شدن در جامعه ایران اینه که هزینه فعالیت‌های مدنی و سیاسی بیاد پایین، زندان نداشته باشه و محکومیت نداشته باشه تا انسان‌ها شخصیت پیدا بکنن و هر کس در ایران زندگی می‌کند انسان آزاد و با احترامی باشه، چیزی که ما الان نداریم.
I dream that one day in Iran all citizens will be able to live in a free society to defend human rights. We shouldn't need to have to pay so dearly. Today in Iran we are paying very dearly to defend our human rights. But I do dream of an Iran that we and our children will see that human rights are protected. Basic things like freedom and justice should not require us to pay so dearly for just basic human rights.
در ایران فعالیت حقوق بشری ادامه داره ولی ما همچنان میترسیم در منطقه خاورمیانه با جنگی در بگیره یا تحریمی صورت بگیره که بازم حقوق بشر برای سالها و قرنها تو منطقه ما عقب خواهد بود.
In Iran we have human rights activities, they continue. But we're afraid of a war, of embargoes, of sanctions. That a war in our region will take human rights far from our country. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the three of you. It's really extraordinary to be able to hear about what motivates human rights defenders. I never tire of hearing that kind of explanation, because it's really that kind of human courage that is necessary to stand up to repressive governments. And the irony is that for all of their power, military, economic, political, that dictatorships are afraid. They're deathly afraid of people like the three of you, because you are speaking the truth, and the truth resonates with the people that are living under oppression and inspires them to have courage themselves under those circumstances. Let me ask you, I mean, we are here with a lot of diplomats, with a lot of NGOs, human rights defenders, donors, and others. And it's fabulous, of course, that UN Watch has organized this important conference for so many years right before the beginning of the Human Rights Council session. But let me ask each of you very tangibly what kind of help you each need in your respective struggles from the international community. What would be the most valuable things that we could provide to each of you individually, and perhaps there'll be people in the audience who hear your request for assistance and will be able to provide it. Obviously, the session is being recorded and will also be available online. I know from where I stand, to be able to stand in solidarity with political prisoners, prisoners of conscience especially, to secure their freedom requires a very broad range of assistance. But I'd love to hear from each of you about what your daily struggles are and the kind of help that you need from the international community. We'll go in the other order this time, so maybe we'll start on the other end.
انتظار ما این است که حقوق بشر واقعا نه به عنوان اصل تکمیلی از طریق نهادهای بین المللی به دولت‌ها در گفتگوهای سیاسی و اقتصادی به عنوان یک نرم وارد می‌شود.
I hope that there will be a dialogue, a discussion of human rights amongst governments. When you talk to the Iranian government for reasons of trade or for diplomatic reasons, you must speak about human rights. These issues should be part of all dialogue with the government. Other countries must bring this up in their discussions with the government.
الان کشورهای در دنیا دارن قدرت اقتصادی بیشتری میگیرن که اینا از گفتمان حقوق بشری و جامعه‌های مدنی قوی هم ندارن و این حقوق بشر در سالهای آینده در اروپا و آمریکا علاوه بر کشور آسیا هم به نظر من تهدید خواهد کرد. این توجه به حقوق بشر در گفتگوهای سیاسی و اقتصادی بسیار مهمه.
I think that we must take on board all human rights in all dialogues, the issue of human rights in our region, in the world as well. There are economic powers and there are emerging countries that are acquiring power and they do not respect human rights and they are on the world scene and they're very visible. But they do not respect human rights, and civil society is not strong enough to be able to fight against this abuse of human rights. So I believe that we must repeat to our governments time and time again that human rights matters.
حکومت‌های مثل ایران برای که حقوق بشر را رد کنن به معیارهای دوگانه بعضی از کشورها و نهادهای حقوق بشری اشاره میکنن. میگن که اینا حقوق بشر رو برای بعضیا میخوان برای بعضیا نمیخوان. اگر رفتارهای دوگانه در مورد حقوق بشر وجود نداشته باشه و حقوق بشر بر فراز همه مرام‌ها و عقیده‌ها قرار بگیره و در گفتگوهای سیاسی وارد بشه، به نظر من این کمک میکنه به فعالان حقوق بشر و فعالان دموکراسی در کشورهاشان به اصطلاح قدرت بیشتری داشته باشه.
Lastly, in the Islamic Republic of Iran, the government, to defend itself in terms of human rights, always says, why are you being hypocritical in the West? You say that you have strong economic relations with certain countries, and you don't say anything. When they say that, why are you being hypocritical? You have to get back to the point and talk about human rights and do that with all countries. Bring up the issue.
Jared, about what can be done to help. I'd like to focus on two key issues. The first is action and support for matters that inspire courage. Antonietta mentioned earlier about how it was important not just to fight for her father, but all the political prisoners in Venezuela, and that requires, in a sense, spreading of the spirit of courage. And there are many ways that has to be done to undertake that. In the context, for example, of my country, part of the violence that's now seeping through society is a culture of fear and reprisal. Witnesses are afraid to come forward to tell us what they know, largely because they are afraid that they'll be next. And so I think that it's important for us to develop different initiatives that will encourage and support, inspire courage. This could involve something as specific as witness protection programs, whistleblower mechanisms, sanctuaries, and the like. And again, it must be set in the context of each country, but I think work that inspires courage is very important. Which brings me to a second type of work that we need to do. You mentioned that dictators work on fear, but they also work on confusion. They try and distract, confuse, fool the people. And I've seen that happening more and more, not just in my country, but elsewhere, where they say we now live in a post-truth world. Fake news abound. The traditional gatekeepers for the truth, our media, no longer have a monopoly of that, and there's so much lies that are being spread in social media, where more and more people rely on that as a source for information they get, or in this case, misinformation. So aside from work that inspires courage, I think we need to continue to do more work, more vigorous work, more aggressive work in affirming the truth. Testimony, like today, this forum where people have an opportunity to come forward and to share their testimonies. But we can't always have a Geneva Summit every day of the year. So it's important to develop mechanisms whereby people are emboldened to speak truth. And we need to confront and challenge the lies that's out there, because the lies is being presented to us as if they were truth. And it might create a counter-narrative of oppression and repression in different contexts. You talked about it very clearly in China, where many people are unaware of what's happening. I'm sure many people in North Korea are not even aware that the half-brother of their leader was assassinated in Malaysia, and so on. So we need to do all we can to get the truth out. And of course, defense of journalists is important, but also defense of citizens who have a portion or part of the truth is also something that we need to do as we move forward in terms of accounting, documenting, and ultimately bringing people to justice.
Well, to answer your question, I think that as a Venezuelan, what we need the most is the international community stop recognizing Venezuela as a democratic state and acknowledging it more as an authoritarian government, because that is what we have today in Venezuela. We have a dictatorship, and it's exhausting to keep listening to Venezuela, to see on the news that it still is considered a democratic state when it's not. We need the United Nations to address more the real problems that are happening in Venezuela, because the ones who are representing us there, they don't represent the real need of the Venezuelan today. So I think that what we need the most is, the real information to be spread in the world, because personally, what I know our government fears the most is to be exposed internationally. We need more defenders like yourself to defend all political prisoners. We need people to raise real awareness of our real situation in Venezuela. So I think that's basically our main needs as being people of an authoritarian government and an authoritarian country, because today in Venezuela we're living our cruelest dictatorship, and we're eager for the world to know it, where we feel silenced, sometimes we feel isolated because our government completely controls our press, and when we know that internationally we have the support of governments, the support of presidents, ex-presidents, that sort of gives us a relief to feel that we're being heard, not to feel that we're completely isolated. So I think that that's very strong, and as the daughter of a political prisoner, I feel relief when I know people associate Venezuela with the dictatorship we live in, the lack of food, the lack of security, the lack of medicines, and the lack of human rights, and the constant and systematic violation of human rights. Yeah.
Thank you to all three of you for really being an extraordinary inspiration to all of us on this panel. Let me just conclude by emphasizing, as was said in this last round of questions, that telling the truth publicly and loudly is something that all of you are putting your lives on the line to do. And oftentimes, particularly in places like Geneva and in the Human Rights Council, those truths are not spoken on the floor of the Human Rights Council, and they're not acknowledged. And one of the most important things in my own experience as well, in representing political prisoners, is to bring the family members to speak out publicly and loudly on their loved ones' behalf. And the power of testimonials to move people is really extraordinary. And I can say from my own perspective in Washington that it's one thing for me as a human rights lawyer to talk about the story of one of my clients, and that doesn't candidly have all that much power. But it's something entirely different if you're meeting with policymakers, not just in Washington, but all over the world, if the spouse of a political prisoner or the daughter of a political prisoner is talking about their own truth, their own experience, and bringing it to life, and can make a human connection with diplomats who are human beings too, and are capable of being moved emotionally and having a tie to an individual story that enables them to remember when they run into the ambassador of Iran, or when they run into the ambassador of Venezuela or the Philippines. They're able to say, and they often will privately, I just met so-and-so from your country, and I'm very worried about what's happening there. And so I think that the power of all of you here today to bear witness to these stories, to be able to tell them to others, the importance of diplomats in the room to be able to speak truth to the power as well and to these autocratic regimes is critically important. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to Jared. Before I introduce our next speaker, the last speaker before lunch, I want to remind everyone that our proceedings today are being webcast live at genevasummit.org. So for all of your friends at home who aren't able to be here or live abroad, please send them the link, genevasummit.org, and there's a live YouTube link for all of our presentations. And we will, of course, the Geneva Summit YouTube channel will be posting the videos as they are available. Already some from yesterday's UN event are available. And I encourage everyone to share everything that you see, pictures, your own reflections on social media. And if you're doing it on Twitter, hashtag GS17, and the Twitter handle is Geneva Summit. I have the privilege now to introduce Ambassador Alfred Moses, who is the chair of United Nations Watch and is someone who for more than 40 years was a partner in the Washington, D.C. law firm of Covington and Burling. His public service has included terms as special advisor and special counsel to President Jimmy Carter, as American ambassador to Romania, and as special presidential envoy for the Cyprus conflict. Ambassador Moses, I always like to describe as someone who's a doer. I say that if you want to get something done, goes the saying, you give it to a busy person. And that's Ambassador Moses. He is running many different businesses, and he is playing a major role in many philanthropies and charitable causes, and he always has time for anything, large or small, for UN Watch. he gets it done. And when there's human rights activists that need help, such as Raif Badawi from Saudi Arabia, he's in Washington on the phones to leading officials doing what he can. But Alfred is also a thinker. He's someone who's always reading another interesting book. And so we really have a treat that he's going to share with us some of his thoughts to answer the question on, do human rights matter? Ambassador Alfred Moses.
Good morning, or almost good noon. My dear friend Hillel, I never felt old until this morning when I heard Hillel say he was too old to understand social media. Now, what gives Hillel the right to say he's too old? Like all of you, I've been inspired by the words we've heard yesterday and today, and moved by the recounting of human rights abuses perpetrated against individual speakers, their fathers, wives, husbands, and against the citizenry of their countries. All of those causes are important. They're more than important. They're vital for all of us. But today, with your permission, I'd like to look at the broader picture, which I think we need to recognize and focus on if we're going to prevent or diminish the individual cases that we've heard today, which sadly enough have occurred throughout humankind. Given that I am almost at the same age as Hillel, I have a tendency to reflect on the history, not of the world, but the history that I have individually experienced. After the Berlin Wall came down, and the collapse 3 years later of the Soviet Union, one might suppose that we are proclaiming here today the triumph of human rights. But sadly, this is not the case. We are collectively weeping, not celebrating. In these brief remarks, I would like to try to answer two questions: how we came to the situation, and what do we do about it? When the wall came down and European communism disappeared, Frank Fukuyama, as Mr. Gascon mentioned yesterday, the distinguished Western intellectual, predicted that with communism vanquished, liberal democracies would become the final form of human government throughout the world, marking the end of the movement that started with the French Revolution, the end, if you will, of history. But sadly, that has not been the case. Fukuyama's prediction about the world being dominated by liberal democracies was narrowly focused and unwittingly arrogant. He was writing from the perspective of a Western intellectual who ignored the fact that more than 80% of the world's population does not live in the West. But even if we stay with Fukuyama's narrower focus on the West, human rights are not on the ascendancy. That time has passed. The great days for the advancement of human rights were right after the fall of Nazi Germany, fascist Italy, totalitarian Japan, and of course the Soviet Union. It was then, immediately after the fall of the great dictatorships, or the evil dictatorships, that democracy and human rights were proclaimed as universal values. As has been said from this podium so many times, eloquently stated in René Cassin's Declaration of Universal Human Rights. That was in 1948, just 3 years after the war. It was a time when Eleanor Roosevelt was chairing the United Nations Human Rights Commission. It was sadly the same year that the world lost its great human rights champion, Mahatma Gandhi. There have been human rights achievements in the decades that have followed, most notably in the ending of apartheid in South Africa. The saint-like image of Nelson Mandela is still fresh in our minds as we recall his stirring words. Unlike the leaders of other national movements, almost universally, President Mandela proclaimed freedom for all, equality for all, regardless of nationality, race, or religion. Like Randy Cassin, he believed that human rights were universal, not particular. The same can be said for the president I served, Jimmy Carter. He made human rights a bedrock of American foreign policy, replacing the realpolitik of Nixon and Kissinger. In the decades that followed, things started to unravel in the West. Particularity replaced universality. And as the clash of civilizations that was foreseen, Professor Samuel Huntington became an ever more potent force in world events. Particularity came to the forefront. Universality was less and less spoken about, and certainly less and less practiced. Over the preceding centuries, even before the current centuries, there was a time, admittedly, when religion was a motivating force in national affairs. But that time has long passed in the West. We do not have religious wars in the West. I was struck by the fact that when the United States intervened in Iraq, the Bush administration proclaimed we're intervening not on behalf of Christendom, but on behalf of democracy. What a farce, utter and total farce. But so it was. There are other parts of the world, however, where religion is a motivating force, perhaps the motivating force in national events that affect the rights of all of us. Most notably, that has occurred in the Muslim world, as predicted by Professor Huntington. The conflict has centered on the division between Shia and Sunni. That has been its origins, which emanates from the question of the legitimacy of the succession to the Prophet Muhammad. But that conflict has spread beyond the Muslim world and has affected all of us, regardless of where we live. Because of the Western intervention in that conflict, and because of the pent-up feelings, often religiously motivated, maybe nationalist also, you have fatwas proclaiming a holy war against the infidels, which includes all non-believers. It is hard to think that the Pope, or the Bishop of Canterbury, or the Chief Rabbi in Jerusalem would today proclaim a holy war. But here we are in the 21st century with prominent religious leaders proclaiming a holy war against those who do not believe in accordance with the fatwa's declarer, a narrow form of particularity. It's not isolated to the Muslim world. It exists throughout the world. Tribalism is perhaps one of the most extreme forms of particularity. Tribalism which does not admit to any differences, whether it be religion, which is not normally a major force in tribalism, but color, what you do, what you believe in. Narrow tribalism. It infects much of our world today. particularity. It has its counterparts in the West. You have white supremacists in the United States and Canada who are proclaiming their particularity based on color, which is a cover for origin, or why aren't you like me? White supremacism in the West is a form of tribalism. Even though the dominant religions, Christianity and Judaism, have long rejected the notions of particularity based on color or place of origin. Even more alarming than the clash of civilizations foreseen by Huntington, some would argue, is presently seen in the heightened nationalism in the West, where I live. It includes certainly my own country, the United States. When our president, Donald Trump, puts up his thumbs and says, "America first," what he is saying is narrow nationalism. Exclude those who are different. Exclude all persons from 7 countries. What they have in common is a religion and a religious belief. That too is a threat to the universalism on which human rights are ultimately based. Those of you from France, you don't escape either. Marine Le Pen, leader of France's National Front, and leaders of far-right political parties elsewhere in Europe, including the Netherlands and Germany, are proclaiming the same sentiments. In Germany, the Alternative for Germany political party is likely to have a seat in the next Parliament, Reichstag, German Parliament. It'll be the first far-right party in the Parliament in Germany since the end of World War II. The experts tell us that jihadist attacks in the United States and Europe are likely to increase as impoverished Muslims in North Africa and the Middle East grow in number with no hope of progress in the countries in which they live. Some of them, we are told, will fall under the influence of extremists, of religious extremists who promote the notion of jihad or holy war and urge persons to engage in acts of terrorism with eternal salvation their reward. How my country and your country, if you live in the West, react to those attacks will have a major impact on what our countries will be in the decades ahead and what our lives will be as free citizens in the West. A call to vigilance and action is needed to prevent what could become a calamity, and that calamity will put an end to universal human rights as we have known it in the West. Particularism and heightened nationalism are on the rise elsewhere. Last week, I read an article in the Financial Times where the African Republic of Cameroon was condemning the speaking of English. As a result, the Cameroon soccer team had many English-speaking persons on it, decided not to go back to Cameroon. But when Cameroon says that speaking English is a crime, that too is a heightened form of particularism and tells us the direction in which the world is heading. Vladimir Putin's Russia understands this. Certainly he understands it. He understands the contest that's taking place in the world between particularity and universality, and seeks to take advantage of that opportunity to aid the extreme right, seeing it as its ally in Europe and, yes, in the United States. History has taught us that the skillful and careful blending of particularity and universality is not only possible but desirable. Our everyday lives, all of us, are consumed with the particular, not with the universal. Family, jobs, community, the other reasons that we live and experience day to day. But our reason for being is universal, not particular. The particular may be nourishing, comforting, but it's not our raison d'etre. We live, if we live as human beings, for the ideal of universality, not particularity. The present march away from the universal to the particular, if not checked, will sound the death knell for human rights. Of that, I have no doubt. This is ironic. History has taught us that the absence of individual freedom leads to the decay of political power. Previous panel, we heard about fear from Jared. But the fact is that those dictators who cling to power out of fear and suppress human rights are sowing the seeds that will lead to the destruction of their regimes. It has always been thus. Empires succeed and survive if they have human rights as part of their mantra. It's like the tea kettle that lets off steam. In a democracy, you can bring about change without the destruction of the body politic. In totalitarian regimes or authoritarian regimes, that is not possible. And so you have the eruption, you have the disruption, you have the chaos, you have the killing, you have the denial of human rights, and you have the oppression, which we've witnessed over the centuries. At this point, you may be saying, what time am I going to have lunch? And you'll also be saying, what can we do to make the world better? And do we have a chance? If you have confidence in the essential goodness of human beings, and I do, and I think all of you do, or you wouldn't be doing what you're doing, then the answer is yes. Universality will not only survive, but will become the savior for all of us. But this is the time for us to act in defense of universal human rights and for the dignity of man. The longer we wait, the harder the struggle will be. You are the human rights heroes. We are only here to applaud your actions and what you have accomplished. You have witnessed human rights abuses, some, as we have heard, of unthinkable brutality. But witnessing, as important as it is only the beginning. What more do we need to do? Let me suggest just a few things. One, in condemning human rights abuses in your own country, it is right and proper to speak out on behalf of victims and denounce oppressors, and all of you have done that. This is your duty and obligation. But in the process, please remember that human rights are universal. They belong to each and every one of us. The denial of human rights, for one, is the denial of human rights for all. Second, the four freedoms proclaimed by President Roosevelt in 1941, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom from want, freedom from fear, are still the bedrock of everything we do. To the extent those four freedoms are endangered or weakened, human rights are endangered and weakened. You cannot particularize human rights. They're essential. They're part of our very being, regardless of color, race, religion, or all the other things, superficial as they all are, that divide us. Human rights should unite us. They belong to each of us and cannot be particularized. And lastly, let's acknowledge to ourselves, and I've said this before, but I'll end on it because I think it's important. In most forms, whether it be religion, patriotism, community space, or everyday pursuits, It is easier to champion particularism. My nation, my city, my family, my wife, my husband, than universalism. We derive comfort from the particular. But the fact is that if we live for a purpose, it's for the universal. And without practicing the four freedoms ourselves and holding that before us, we're not truly living up to what we have as human beings, which is the right and obligation to advance all of mankind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Moses. Some important thoughts to contemplate as we take a break. Before we return, I'll remind everyone that we will start promptly at 2 p.m. We have a real treat. We have a Cuban artist, graffiti artist, who's going to perform for us and tell his story. He just got out of prison 4 weeks ago, El Sexto, and he's going to do a live art performance for us. And I want to note that our youth partner, the International Federation of Liberal Youth, has organized a side event. So during lunchtime at 1 p.m. in room number 3, which is next door, there'll be an event featuring Zhana Nemtsova, the young woman from Russia whose father, Boris Nemtsov, was killed. And it will be entitled Youth, the Media, and Human Rights Activism, Uses and Challenges. That'll be at 1 p.m. at the room next door. Otherwise, please enjoy your lunch. We'll return here at 2 p.m. promptly. Bon appétit. Merci.
Je mets tout à côté. Ouais.
faut. Non, ça marche pas.
Là, il n'y en a aucun, si, sont très dimensionnés.
That's it. That's when I speak. Yeah, now everybody can hear you. On the floor.
Caméra 1 enclenchée.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back to the 9th Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy. This is being broadcast live at genevasummit.org through YouTube and also Facebook Live on the UN Watch Facebook page. Remind everyone that if you're tweeting, it's hashtag GS17 and the Twitter handle is Geneva Summit. I have the privilege this afternoon to introduce you to an artist, a dissident, a courageous champion of human rights who's been arrested time and again and continues to speak out for human rights and freedom in Cuba. His name is Danilo Maldonado Machado, also known as El Sexto, the Sixth. And he's going to speak, and afterwards we have the treat that he's going to perform some of his particular style of graffiti art. El Sexto. Just released from prison 4 weeks ago.
Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for opportunity. Sorry, Mi nombre es Danilo.
My name is Danilo Maldonado. I am a champion of human rights in Cuba. I have been a victim of many arbitrary detentions, searches, and confiscation of my art material and abduction. Why? Just because I wanted to carry out my art or tried to do so. I've been imprisoned 4 times. The first was when I was 18. I spent 2 years there. The second time was when I was 24. I spent a year in prison. The third, I was 31. I spent 10 months. And the fourth time, I was 33, my current age, and I spent 2 months. The second to the last time I was in prison, it happened because I wanted to carry out a performance in the center of the capital in Havana. It was called Rebellion en la Granja en Memoria. It was a performance where I let 2 painted pigs run loose. They were painted green and red with the names of Raúl and Fidel. And they ran through the city trying to run away from the people who were running after them, trying to eat them. This work of art cost me 10 months in prison. And I didn't realize, because I was caught with the pigs before I had been able to let them go. I only spent 10 months in jail that time, thanks to the pressure put on the authorities by social networks and international institutions and NGOs and hunger strikes. Just 1 year later, I was put in prison again by the government because I was celebrating and I wasn't crying when Fidel Castro died. And I put graffiti on the wall of a hotel that said, "He went." I put it on a hotel where the delinquents in power set up shop when they came to the capital, never holding elections and maintaining their grip with gunpowder for almost 60 years. It's very strange, but that's the answer to the question that I give when journalists ask me, well, what about Cuba? What will happen when Fidel dies? Well, I'll tell you, you could smell the fear and the panic in the streets, in the midst of the silence and the loneliness. The arrival of it would seem that I was the only one who wanted to celebrate the arrival of divine justice, replacing justice that didn't know how or was capable of reaching the people through the courts. I went back to my house. I was attacked. I was abducted. I was beaten. And the police dragged me out. I was put in a cell in a detention center for a month. I was put in only with my underwear for the weekend so that I wouldn't be able to celebrate the Human Rights Day. I was brought to a bigger security prison known as El Combinado de Este. And when I got there, I was beaten by 3 officials who stripped me of my personal clothing and my belongings. And I was required to wear a special uniform. And if I didn't do that, they wouldn't let me see my mother and my girlfriend. They would not allow me the right to see my lawyer. My volunteer lawyer, Kimberly Motley, was taken prisoner and was expelled from Cuba, even though she's not a Cuban citizen. I was not allowed to see my girlfriend. They told me that was because she wasn't my wife, and they threatened to shoot me. They put me in horrible places, squeezed in with 36 people in a room that was 6 by 4 square meters. But thanks to the outcry by my mother, my friends, my girlfriend, my lawyer, international organizations, human rights groups, I was released without any charges. Unfortunately, this is a common event in my country. So I've come here today not only to talk about my past situation, but the situation that others find themselves in now, my friends Eduardo Cardé y Galina Heredia, Julio Ferrer, Yosbanis Sanchez Valencianos, and many others. We have to cast light on the judicial process in Cuba so that the dictators are held accountable, because we have to make sure that more will not be taken prisoner in the future.
Danilo's just getting ready to do his painting, so we'll give him a moment. And while he's getting ready, I'll share with you that here in Geneva, at the United Nations, Cuba was once under the spotlight. Back about 12 years ago, there was a special rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Cuba, who would present each year the situation of human rights in that country. And sadly, when the new Human Rights Council was created in 2006, and a year later they created the institution building package and set the rules of the new council, they also cut the special rapporteur on Cuba. They eliminated it. And so for the past 11 years, there has been no monitoring of Cuba. There's never been a resolution. There's never been a special session. There's never been a commission of inquiry. Cuba, for the past decade, at the new and improved Human Rights Council, has gotten a free pass. And it's worse because Cuba was just re-elected, as I said. A few months ago, we went to the Canadian Parliament in Ottawa, we went to the United Nations, we went to university campuses. We were there with Rosa Maria Paya. One of the tattoos that Danilo has on his back is of her father, Oswaldo Paya. He was the Nelson Mandela of Cuba, who fought to have a referendum, to have a constitution that it would become a free country. And her father was killed, and now he's back on. So we'll take it from here. We have music.
Todavía no vemos la luz al final del túnel. Sé que están desesperados, impacientes, demasiado presionados, envueltos en una espesa niebla donde aparentemente nada se ve. Pero solo un minuto, hay que encontrar el camino. Siento voces que me susurran y me hablan, y yo les pido y les exijo: háblenme, háblenme, háblame, háblame. Háblame, dime por qué sucedieron esas cosas. Háblame, 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 dime por qué sucedieron esas cosas. Háblame de la causa 2 del 89. Háblame de lo que tú sabes que pasó aquel jueves. Háblame de todos esos pejes gordos que han explotado. Háblame de todos los desertores que se te han fugado. Háblame de las leyes, de la constitución. Háblame de por qué nunca apareció aquel avión. Háblame de corrupción institucional y dime por qué en este parque yo no puedo estar, porque no puedo pensar. Porque tú te crees Jesús. Si tú el que brinda luz, brinda somos sin someter a la multitud. Dime de háblame de un mato, dime de lo que quieren los chinos en su contrato. Háblame del partido independiente de color y dime por qué quiero romper el televisor. Háblame de clamor y la droga en la pista. Háblame del terror, la censura, la artista. Háblame del loco, háblame de Frank. Háblame de Cuba y los cubanos que se van. Háblame de Fariña, no me hablé de Pedreón y traduce que no entendí el discurso de Alarcón. Habla de revolución sin prostitución. Habla de conclusiones, háblame de solución. Háblame de escuadrón y de zona franca. Háblame de todos los inocentes que tú trancas. Háblame del descaro de los menores en la escuela. Háblame de los cubanos que han matado en Venezuela.
Háblame de la inyección que cure este mundo enfermo. No hay humano que sea eterno, pero es eterna la maldad. El Reino Unido lo gobierna la hija de la falsedad. Papá se casó con tía y luego embarazó a mamá y la mandó a matar. Reina Isabel, cuenta de tu padre. Hay que ver para creer. Todo rey escogió a su madre. Yo sigo parado aquí donde tantas veces he llorado. Por ella, por ti, por mí, por los niños asesinados. Háblame que es el pecado. Robar para poder comer. Dime por qué nadie responde por las mujeres maltratadas. Háblame Al Qaeda, ETA, la FARC, la gente secuestrada. Háblame la salud echada y la falta de insumos millones. No existe hospital público que esté en buenas condiciones. Háblame, dime por qué ven, conoce los callejones. La miseria no se ve desde los balcones, sus mansiones. Situaciones que descomponen no solo la baja zona. La vida está descompuesta mucho antes que Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Vietnam, África, Arabia, Palestina. Con todas esas injusticias, imposible que no me deprima.
Y lo que no sale, que habla de borrachos en los portales, de los criminales y la puñalada en los carnavales. Habla que no vale hablar en barrios residenciales, de los marginales, de madres con niños sin pañales. Habla y no te sale, habla con fuerza y precisión, de la lancha en regla y los que se robaron el avión. Habla con razón de lo tanto que ha pasado aquí, de todo que falta en las cobras completas de Martí. Háblame de ti, de tus mañas, tus estupideces y de un comunismo fusionado con tus intereses, del odio que crece por oírte hablar tantas sandeces y de la miseria porque el pueblo no se la merece. Hablas de las veces que acabaste sin que te distingan con tu cara linda. Háblame de Ochoa Repinga, de todos los muertos, de todo lo incierto, de todos los conciertos que nos censuran por estar despierto y con los ojos abiertos. Habla de Vanes, de Juanes, lo que pasó, que aunque nos pidieron no estuvimos ni aldeanos ni yo. Habla de tu miedo, que habla del valor que disimula. Habla más de Cuba, que hay miseria, que la vida es dura. Habla de las puras, las que suben, cavan las prisiones, porque la injusticia machacó la piel de sus varones y sus corazones. Habla con sinceridad, cojones, para no tener que escribir tan dolorosas canciones.
Hermanos de casa, no me van a parar. Macabro 12, no me van a callar. El libre yo, que yo no puedo estar en la piscina mundial sin hablar de yo. Charlie, mucho libre, no me van a parar. El avión, no me van a callar. El color patriota, yo no puedo estar en la piscina mundial sin hablar de yo. Hablo porque sé que me entiendo y mi pensamiento completo y yo hablo la crisis mundial y yo.
Sé que es un tema complicado, porque para empezar te voy a preguntar de lo que me has hablado, de lo que te has callado completamente y después no tiene que enterarse de las cosas como propone la gente. ¿Quién se atreve? ¿Quién contesta? Háblame, ¿por qué ocurren cosas como esta? Dime por qué la gente protesta y se manifiesta y los gobiernos solo hablan de las partes que no les molesta. ¿O no ves que estás congelada y que la economía da un paso para adelante y 12 para atrás? Y así quien hace planes para su vida, a no ser coger una balsa e irse a la deriva. Dime, cuéntame que con rodillas, ¿por qué se le cacribilla? Y el arte que vale y brilla, le quieren pasar la cuchilla. Dime por qué eso marioneta, por qué la gente no te respeta. Dime por qué se te quedan todos los atletas. Era la letra necesaria, la letra que decía la verdad, no la letra para llevarte a la contraria. Dame la explicación, por qué tanta opresión, que dijo que solo hay una forma de hacer la revolución.
Háblame como se ve desde la silla en que te sientas. Las mujeres que pa' comer ponen su cuerpo en venta. Dime con tus palabras, dale cuenta, porque la leche a tus hijos se la quitan a los 40. Háblame de los 90, de la mierda del embargo. Háblanos de Cayo Coco, pa' aunque sea imaginarlo. Háblame, cuenta aquí cómo fue que hiciste de un país tan feliz una islita triste. Háblame, soy todo oídos y quisiera escuchar dónde está la patria que Felipe Pérez Roque solía hablar. Háblame de primero sin mayo, de que tienen mansiones con piscinas y caballos, porque las calles de su barrio no tienen bache. Háblame de los golpes que le dieron a Giovanni Sánchez. Háblame del noticiero, la firma que dieron y de las trancas que a los homosexuales les dieron, de los huevos que en la puerta de los sinceros y de toda la gente linda que desaparecieron, de sueldo del obrero, de los precios que en la tienda. Háblame, pinga, en boca te sacan la cuenta. Habla de tus vacaciones, de la carne que te come. Dime dónde está la tumba de mi Camilo, cojones. Háblame de 11 millones de personas que nada más quieren beber y escuchar a gente sola. Cuéntame, ¿a dónde han ido? ¿Dónde están los desaparecidos? Háblame de mi ciudad y cuéntame, ¿a dónde han ido los desaparecidos? Escucho de mi ciudad. Hablemos de Cuba, hablemos de trato pavo porque tengo dudas. Hablemos del rap y tanto porque en medio veo
censura. Y no hablen más de Obama, que no fue el que le entregó el poder a policía, que de gratis vino y me agredió. Háblenme de calle 13 y cuando se le entregó un cubadico por enfrentar el abuso en su país. Entonces denle uno a los cardianos y escuadrón por hablar de aquellas cosas que aún se viven aquí. No es pa' fiestas lo que yo hago, es protesta lo que grabo. Y no es para el estado en mérito de que me haya graduado. Ese va pa' mi madre que tiene hecho un doctorado, pero vive de la venta de unos refrescos gaseados. Háblenme, dígame cómo se ve desde su palco el reparto Zamora. Quiero saber, porque yo mucho no he hecho, pero estoy metiendo el pecho y en la realidad no es lo que salió en Havana Station. Y estoy cumpliendo por causa de un animal que no sabía ni leer mis documentos. Pero sabe que fue lo que más aprendí allá adentro, que esto es una locura y todavía no tiene tratamiento. Dame razones con peso, argumentos reales por los que el nene la alianza estuvo preso. Y resulta ser que después de eso la fiscal pagó, después que había hecho ya una pila de peso.
Hermanos de casa, no me van a parar. Macabro 12, no me van a callar. El libre yo. Porque yo no puedo estar en la crisis mundial sin hablar. Yo tiene mucho libre. No me van a parar. El avión no me van a callar. Escuadrón patriota. Yo no puedo estar en la crisis mundial sin hablar. Yo hablo porque sé que me entiendo y mi pensamiento comprendo. Y yo la crisis mundial y yo. Háblenme por qué hicieron lo posible para que no me graduara, porque fueron a mi trabajo y conspiraron e intentaron mentir para que me expulsaran. Háblenme por qué la seguridad del Estado molesta a mis amigos, porque me consideran un enemigo de este Estado. Háblenme por qué tuve que desbordar mi ira y violencia para que lograran operar a mi madre después de estar tantos días en el hospital enferma de cáncer, y que gracias que se recuperó porque se le pasaba algo por la negligencia. Dios sabe que yo no estuviera aquí. Háblenme porque esta juventud y este pueblo está sumido en la tristeza y la tribulación más grande que ha pasado en la historia de este país, porque ha sido el cruel estalinismo, el paro al amor y la fe y la esperanza que este pueblo un día puso en manos de este sistema. A la memoria de Rostilla, de los muertos en el estrecho de la Florida, a los que viven en la miseria en Cuba. ¡Resistan! ¡Resistan!
No, she told he let him to go. Where's the... Can you put the mic on? Is the mic on? El sexto, te quiero decir de parte de los venezolanos que están aquí que nos sentimos tremendamente inspirados por tu trabajo, por tu fortaleza, por tus ganas de luchar y que cuentes con nosotros todos. De verdad que sí. Mil gracias. Nos has dado un espectáculo, nos has dado muchas. Hello, I'm María Alejandra Aristeguieta from Iniciativa por Venezuela. It's a tiny organization based in Switzerland for the past 15, 17 years. We have been fighting for the Venezuelan lost democratic values and, of course, for human rights. I wanted to thank, of course, everybody in the Geneva Summit, all the organizers, and, of course, my partner organizations that have made this conference possible today. So when I was asked to introduce this panel, which is a panel about the fight for freedom and democracy, I was trying to find a way of linking my two panelists' work with what the Venezuelan human rights work has been for the past several years. I was wondering how could I, from all the issues that we could present to you, which ones would be the most important ones. Because, of course, I cannot consider myself to be a victim. Far from it. I am part of those lucky ones. I am those lucky ones that have had the chance to live outside the hellish situation in Venezuela. And part of the big diaspora of Venezuelans that have decided to live abroad while the regime in Venezuela lasts. But then I posed myself the question, in the fight for freedom and democracy, are we not all victims as well? Both those living in Venezuela and those living outside Venezuela. So then I decided that maybe I could just walk you through what a normal day is for our diaspora. I've got several representatives of the Venezuelan community in this room that have worked with me very hard for the last years. And I just wanted to share with you some of our concerns, especially what our days look like. We wake up fearing every morning to open our social media and email accounts, because we never know what we're going to be waking up to. 28,000 people died last year, some of them close friends to us. New political prisoners go to jail for no reason. Increased hunger, repression, more people in need of medicines. While we live in tranquil Switzerland, for instance, we live in full democracy. We go to bed fearing that the life of our loved ones that are still living in Venezuela, we are fearing for their lives, and we are hoping that we have another night that will go by uneventfully, because we have been woken many times with bad news, with horror stories, or with the urge to organize the diaspora to take action in one way or another. Let me start by just picturing to you what the lack of medicines looks like in Venezuela. We have reached a new peak. 80% of medicines and 90% of medical equipment cannot be found in any way in Venezuela. For a Venezuelan diaspora, whenever there's someone traveling to Caracas, we will go to the pharmacy to buy hypertension pills, heart disease pills, diabetes medication, cancer medication, thyroid, all sorts of medicines that we will put in a little bag to send home for our loved ones. We're not sending chocolates, we're not sending Swiss cheese, we're sending medicines. The Venezuelan diaspora has also organized itself to send back home boxes of medicines from throughout the world. This is an unsustainable effort, but nonetheless a very necessary one, because our people there are just dying of diseases that are chronic diseases that could normally be cured, and from ancient diseases such as malaria or diphtheria that had been eradicated in the world, in Venezuela many, many years ago. We also have outbreaks of dengue and Zika and chikungunya that spread around the country with no control, because there's no capacity to control them, and this goes unnoticed in the international news, international media, and the international organizations. Our neighbor countries fear most of the time that this will spread into their countries, but it also goes silenced because of political reasons. Same picture for food. Just a moment ago, you saw from Antonietta's video, long queues of people standing up for hours to get basic needs, basic commodities, food products such as flour, sugar, rice, beans, and also toiletries like toilet paper, like deodorant. I mean, can you imagine a life without such basic elements in your everyday life, not being able to find those elements? So the Venezuelan community around the world has also organized itself to do another unsustainable task, to send food and toiletries with medicines and medical equipment to Venezuela. We even have some very funny anecdotes. We have a friend who left from Geneva a couple of days ago. She got her sister in a wheelchair. She bent her leg, and she said she was sick, and she took the wheelchair to Caracas to give it to a person in need, because she could not find a wheelchair there. So we bought the wheelchair. She made it appear as her sister was sick to take the wheelchair home. So we even get very creative about these things. But that's not the only things that happen in Venezuela, or that the Venezuelan diaspora takes care of. In any normal day of our lives, we will get phone calls from people asking us if we can help them to leave the country, if we can pay them for a plane ticket, or if we can help them to find someone to give them medication. Or we will get phone calls from people like a musician that called us not very long ago, telling us his story of having left the country after being threatened to death for making a song for the elections of 2015. He flew to a European country. He asked for refugee status, and he was denied this refugee status. So in his chat, he would just say, help me, I'm starving, I have nothing, I have no money, I'm not allowed to work, I cannot go back to Venezuela, I don't know what to do. Or perhaps we could talk about Antonietta's visit to a homeless shelter in Madrid in last December, where she found there were more Venezuelans than Syrians sleeping there. A friend who knew that I was going to be talking today asked me if I could raise the point of our retired people living abroad. 15,000 retirees who worked all their lives have no access to their retirement fund. So they are living in Spain and Italy. They haven't been paid for more than 17 months. They worked all their lives. These are their life savings. And these savings are in Venezuela in somebody else's pocket. And they're being even erased from the databases, so there's no way they will be getting those funds back. Yet another friend asked me that while we were talking about all these different issues, if we should mention the fact that Venezuelans abroad don't have the right to have a passport. It's not that we will be denied the passport. They will say they have no materials to issue the passport. They will say the same thing for birth certificate or identity cards. So we have Venezuelan children with no nationality who cannot live in any of the countries where they are because they're not national of that country, and they cannot fly home to get their papers done. And if you happen to be an illegal person living in any of these countries, Western countries, in Europe, for instance, the consulate will make sure that you don't have the right to get your papers and will deport you to the immigration authorities. We don't have the right to register to vote as Venezuelans abroad. We have the right to vote. We are not allowed to register if we're not legally established in the country where we're living. And those are some of the things that we listen every day, that we hear every day. We also hear many people asking us for help to address the Human Rights Council, to address the human rights Office for the High Commissioner on Human Rights, and the special rapporteurs and working groups. We have politicians that have come to work with them to denounce their situation. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had a legislative parliamentarian from a regional parliament in the biggest state in Venezuela, who was lucky enough to be able to fly away from Venezuela to travel. He had been persecuted. He was in his apartment when the police came. He was able to jump from his 18th floor balcony to another balcony, and so on until he could run away. He made it to Europe, and luckily we could take him to the Human Rights Office to denounce his case. But the next day, we get a call from another lawyer who's got 4 cases of tortured people in any jail in any part of Venezuela who don't have the enough leverage or enough money to bring their case to Geneva. And they asked me, what can we do about it? Can you help us? Can you help us get to the Committee on Torture? Can you help me to denounce our case at the UN? But that's not all. Last December, a close friend of ours, an activist just like us here in Geneva, who stands with us many times at the Place des Nations in front of the UN. She went home for Christmas. She, as an activist, not only spent some time with her family, she decided to travel the country to check on the state of the situation, to be able to bring back information to the Human Rights Commission, to the UN Commission on Human Rights. While she was at it, she decided to cross the border to Colombia to buy some food for her family, her starving family, as most of our families in Venezuela. And on her way back, she was detained together with a parliamentarian, and she is now under arbitrary detention, accused of terrorism and holding military arms. The police say that she was carrying a bomb, a C2 bomb. She was actually, according to the police statement, she was sitting on top of her explosives. I cannot imagine anybody traveling with explosives in their bum, I'm sorry. We can all see that this has been implanted and that she was arbitrarily detained just for the mere fact of opposing the government and for being with a parliamentarian, doing her work around the world, around the country. Let me just go a bit more personal, and I'm sorry to touch on personal things. I don't feel I'm a victim. I just feel that I need to report these things to you. My brother, who's got a little child who's sick with a rare disease, had to fly to Barcelona a couple of weeks ago because there's no medication, no way of establishing treatment for his kid. Of course, he didn't have enough money, so we had to, with all, not just the family, but with all family and friends, decided that we needed to help him to create a fund because his salary could just account for about one day in a hotel. 2 nieces that are around here today just said to me 2 nights ago, we want to have a normal life. I think we all want to have a normal life. All we want is to have a normal life and to stop feeling ourselves as victims or fighters of for freedom and democracy. This is perhaps for us the most important part. We know that we are fighters, we know that we have a long way to go, but at the same time, people do get tired of not living a normal life. So let me turn now to my 2 speakers. Nina Lamo, who's a 26-year-old woman who raised her voice to demand the truth about the death of her uncle. A Buddhist leader who died in prison. She was herself put in prison for raising her voice, for asking just to find out the truth of what had happened. And she was luckily able to escape, leaving her daughter and her mother behind. I will give the floor to Nimia now, and the similarities of her case are so striking to what happens in Venezuela that I think that we have seen it here, that the pattern that goes on all over the world needs your voice to be raised, needs your efforts to be redoubled for this to stop. Nimia, please.
Somalala Ningu Dele Dari Sondu Gojizamaga Alatana Sondu Gojizawala Tujiche Ngapune Raun Tamachik Kang Leton Leona Ngala Pomolo to change the Ama Leton Chabuchana Jawa Chabuchana Trazana Dari de Lishung Unjig Jitin Niga Ajan Trikitin Dele Jana Junga, Mani Kayus, Nani Ladi, Nansamashu with Studi Tasola, Chenkonola, Ganulo Josala, Chejojo, Genanyaguri, the Indi, Rumbachi, Gaditas and Jizina, Nituni Log, Da you are Tapadang, Cinco Gunda Wombandala. Yato paganjan the chase was real. Today, because Nachunju in law, Johnny Kako in real. Buchi and Jedi Tassel and Nisambala. In the season, Mari Lossing out with the reason. That is something new. The means nigger noses. Chandrilla. Rumbachi Jana Jung Chidladana Badze get of us and I'm Nichirilla, Genetor Damajiga Mombachi Dong, Mombachi Kangin. Now Matrika Rumbachi, yeah, Jeditas Rumbachi Ladisada. Tariko Nieto Pashka Gizko, don't you let Halamaina, Judati Holada Rumbachi Gilana. Ni na tu no ya dragon me. What's going to dragon handle? Dari kola nani choose the Jana Jungle. Jungle Rumbichika soon keep the dog. Bill Hatchings on the color the nani zuri. The Hindi kick it, Chinka Komakala, to say now. What's a hurro? Lana Rumbichik, the soon. Sani Kagandre, Miss Mobo Chiga Roros is a Toja Ina Roboticola, she do the Uri Changtola Inandra Change the Silichi Cheto Otto Chizochurusana Pinjagatola Inandra Logtola Inandra Jana Julaja Mobich Turi Beijing the Strand Kaiser Java Jana Jungle Java Chicha drew matter. The same mobile Dunji Ravuri, the same mobile Kaniti Uri, the same mobile some kind of Juri, the same mobile Rosusilla, poor metrical, poor it on Machin Ravuri, the Kangin Yaur. Rumbachi, who you did? Lama Chilchi Lana Burn in a lottery. Rumbachi lottery. Rumbachi guess a couture. Rumbachi persecutor. Rumbachi Gomba Mobata. Kuyus Jella Tonazan. The Lanichir, Message Totosa. Cushosa, Lama Tarchiri. Rumbachi Mandia Kunghula Nitu Chiangalog da, Dampak Sebanilo, Jana Jungo, Amada Anenica. When you tell Rumbachi Jisa Chi, có cái tu sa chơi là mà chơi nó Beijing rồi na họ mà chỉ tham gia dari tu chú Sony tu chú là chỉ tu chú mà ni tu chiang lo da đam bạc sao bà chú ni là rồi bà chỉ tan địa chả đi là tên chỉ có lẽ bà đó ngay na shidu mò bà chỉ tan địa liệt chứ san này cái Jerry mình sẽ mò bà chỉ ở jawa ta sẽ địa liệt thế rồi bà chỉ cái đuôi à tiệt rồi là cái đuôi mà sẽ rồi bà chỉ cái thế à tiệt mình sẽ mò bà đúng chưa rồi chẳng còn nó chịu ngay na khơi dậy cái sang cái chứ là nó cái nghe đã đúng nghe ta nó chịu rồi sự chỉ là khơi sao mới đi chăm bao ngay khơi khăn nó chăm bao liền nhưng mò bà chỉ cái hạt liệm rồi dia ba is the son tan sanger sa ni na ngor ka zang khon le chu de ni mo ba chi chu de ni mo ba chi dong ji ra tidi ka sala ta hor ka shlo man ro chu chu chi mari shlo man ro na le lam chi mari za chi cha zeng ge za chi jing le cha zi le Dari rumba chikola hatsu sei jog dola ngoch kai na rumba chikola sei tsani de jojo mari rumba chikola ni tsa ni ro le te ga bur bu chika la mai ngos kharma la ma mi tar la yur ti jel hama ni san ji tsala khoch ka la na tari khot thondu choi ot kel khot gochi ji ge sei to shilo man rodi rumba chi ke kala ni ka la mu chu rumba chi ke ko jana ju no chu to no chu chen gong no chu to no chu shilo ge zambli ni la hi no chu ke si ta sa ge hi na pat na ma kan ju zu te kuma da ba kan ju zu te la dari hot man rot haledi Kotso, nieto pa ko ka tato zamre thi. Kan ro na khopo tog. Dela na moch ka mangazri. Mangad jela. Jana jung kare. Romba chilo. Tunchu zam. Lama zama chi ri. Chuto ne sieme chi ri. Romba chikola. Pag yak mak zam chu. Romba chikola. Chemi lumicho rumba chikola mse mobok bug luceten choten to laman de sade choten to juma tapa che lama yonsi tomcho lama yonsi ton pe chi chu zo to zo gure lam nyachi pa nyeto pak tan la de rumba chege chakaina这个也做农国的这个做的讲那就个啥一来着，但是做的话，伊呢，搞这个rumba青点菜的炒的上着是的，俺伊呢，老多吃不起这农菜，你呢没土的这个长得了个人，长得了俺们的，咱们头当了古小怎么个，讲那就了主要去当着。你还是其他的事情，其他的各种也对面了。来个起来人那了，他这个主要是当着了。不要那了，那，俺这几那到从几这个别讲起来啥了，你妈不去等那娘丢了。从那个不能了，到那时候，你摸不起，俺等俺这你摸不起个碟子了，人家都上上那碟子的，可这个肚子的，让我有面呢，脸都嘛，天天你得会，这里你完了从嘛了，突击起来那会。
Thank you, Nina. Je passe au français maintenant. Biram Dan Abed, c'est une victime d'esclavage et en même temps un activiste d'esclavage en Mauritanie. Son travail a été pour défendre les personnes de son pays qui sont considérées des esclaves par une race différente à la leur. Ça lui a amené plusieurs fois en prison, ça ne lui a pas arrêté. Et il continue à lutter pour les droits de ses citoyens, de ses confrères, de ses communautés,
for his community of the same race, and to abolish slavery in a country where slavery is allowed to exist, although it has been abolished everywhere else. I am very honored to introduce you here today. I give you the floor. Thank you, Excellencies. The Islamic Republic of Mauritania has become renowned for the number of slaves in its population, which is a very high number. Our government over the past decade has become renowned for its persecution and torture and imprisoning of peaceful militants merely because they're fighting for equality and against discrimination based on birth. On behalf of my comrades and brothers, victims of harassment and cruelty, I address you today. I, a regular visitor of the hellish and life-threatening jails of my country, where on many occasions I was subjected to persecution and bullying and banishment to the desert. I am also a representative of the community of so-called subhumans, the Haratan, whose servile status is enshrined in laws resulting from legal treaties which are abusively protected and taught by virtue of a conservative and unhuman interpretation of Islam. I was born a pariah as an involuntary legacy of my forebears. The society in which we were born refuses us even the slightest regard or hope. This realization was the source of my personal revolt. I am fighting for Mauritania without castes or ostracism, one which is respectful of its citizens. Yet this Mauritania cannot be found. It remains an ever-postponed promise. I promised and pledged to my father to rise up against this iniquity. He was the son of a slave, and she was forced, my mother, to carry out hard labor. She was sold at auctions like an object and was subjected to corporal punishment. This is the burden of the legacy I cannot annul. It is the fuel that drives my commitment. My father, Da Abeid, was freed while still in his mother's womb. Later, his first wife and children were deemed to be the property of his master and taken away from him. This example should give you a picture of the law concerning property and commercial transactions applied by my society at the time to human beings. Fetuses, children, adults are all caught up in the maws of a system in which children's identity is passed on through the mother, and they are doomed to be mere objects and live in degradation. This code has been enshrined in law and is considered holy, protected by the mantle of religion. It is propped up by a government that is a member of UN bodies, yet defiantly maintains its racist practices and violent exploitation of mankind, despite the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Mauritania uses the courts and religious schools to spread these shameful practices. My combat to eradicate slavery and its social consequences and establish the rule of law has been fueled by my own experience in my childhood of the racial oppression of those in servitude. I saw this spectacle of racial inferiority unfold before my very eyes. It prodded me to question, and it impacted my future. Unofficial racism of the state and of public opinion afflicts many of my fellow citizens. It is stymieing my black countrymen's right to self-determination and usurping their desire for happiness. After centuries, when people have toiled without remuneration and eked out pitiful existences, after decades of festering under the yoke of a military club that has managed to keep the reins of power to themselves, and that dashes our hopes, we remain subjugated, our hopes shattered by military coups, plunder, and a diplomacy of deceit. Honorable Assembly, those who practice and profit from tyranny in this way continue to place hurdles on our path as we struggle to obtain basic universal services. We are imprisoned, ill-treated, and beaten. Moreover, we are forbidden to engage in professional activity or earn a livelihood. We are demonized by the government media and the hegemonic tribal system. We are excommunicated from our religious communities and denied our constitutional rights, such as freedom of association, assembly, demonstration, and expression. Our organization, Mauritania, has been outlawed since its creation in 2008. Our nonviolent demonstrations and meetings are considered by the docile judges to be tantamount to armed or non-armed rebellion. For this reason, dozens of our members, both leaders and militants, have been sentenced to up to 15 years of imprisonment after unfounded accusations, later abandoned without written explanation. Some still languish in prison where they serve out their sentences. We have had to endure many a sham trial in our arduous struggle against supremacist pro-slavers. The interchangeable arms of the takfirs, stigmatization for godlessness, and accusations of the crime of apostasy are frequently used against us to incite the hate of our fellow citizens and Muslims. On November 11, 2014, I was imprisoned for the third consecutive time as an activist. I was detained in the city of Rossou in the southwest of Mauritania by the commander of the National Gendarmerie, Mohamedou Ould Sid Elmin, and by the regional director of police, Essevir Ould Ahmad Tolba, both of whom were of pro-slavery extraction and thus members of the dominant ethnic group. The cause of my arrest was my sympathy for a group of 30 people who had marched some 300 kilometers from the city of Bogué to Rosso to demand that the sharecroppers of slave lineage be allowed to enjoy the fruits of their labor. My solidarity with the demonstrators led to my arrest, torture, banishment. I was refused medical care and given a 2-year prison sentence. My comrades in misfortune and I witnessed how all our efforts were annulled under constraint. We were sent far away from our natural and lawful judges, from our doctors, from our lawyers and our families. We are engaged in a Herculean task, facing powers that scorn purposefully enacted national law and the international law that they enacted in sovereignty. In Mauritania, the law promotes might over right. Its sole aim is born of ethnic equality, is to stop and prevent any change in society and preserve the status quo. Alas, the worst is yet to come. There was a violent campaign by the state media and the mosques were taken over. This led to attacks against me and hateful rhetoric. I was hounded with murderous language, insulted, berated, forced to serve as a guinea pig to an apprentice jihadist. I am still prey to reprisals by the head of state himself, his ministers, his adulators, who monopolize the television screens, radio waves, and newspapers. When I was imprisoned, the cynicism of my jailers led them to listen to and see the most grievous attacks on me and my friends. Adding insult to injury, my children and loved ones were forced to look on without the right to react or turn away. Since this incident, of the symbolic incident of the 27th of April 2012, I am being nourished by instinct, the courage of people who in the past have fought and resisted against ignominy. We hope, alas, despite a dearth of examples in history, that we can win a victory over arbitrary oppression and that dignity will win out over brutality, that we can achieve this peacefully for the common benefit of the oppressed and also their former oppressors. I thank you.
In thanking both of our speakers, I can only say that for all of us human rights fighters, for those that fight for freedom and democracy, after listening to these two very emotive and very powerful testimonies, we have to understand that we have to go for the long haul. We cannot think of just a quick run. We need to be there for a long, long time. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Dear fellows, dear heroes, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored on behalf of the Geneva Summit Coalition of 25 human rights NGOs, including Liberal International, to present our 2017 Courage Award. As we know, we are assembled here today to shine spotlight on urgent human rights situation that certainly must not be forgotten as those we heard. At a time when attacks on the global liberal order are more frequent than for decades. We have heard so many forceful testimonies in words, in songs, in arts. And in these circumstances, it is natural that the Liberal International continues to be a co-host and partner of the summit, the 4th year in a row. I may say that the Liberal International is proud of the work of our activists and parliamentarians in the fight for the protection of human rights, rule of law and democracy, including also having at international level a human rights committee. And we have now our African Liberal Network that has adopted a human rights declaration, the first of its kind. I'm certain that during the years of cooperation around this summit and before, around the work in the UN Human Rights Council, in the fight for the International Criminal Court, you have been able to count on liberal politicians to defend the values that are at the core of human dignity, freedom, and I can say to you also, you can do so in the future. Count on them. But today, I have the honor, as I said, to present the 2017 Courage Award to His Excellency President Mohammed Nasheed, the former President of the Maldives. Please stay there for a moment still. We are giving it to you, to a person who has spoken out on behalf of your people in so many ways. And may I say, I'm among those who remember as the first picture of you, Mr. President, in that you were a swimming president leading the cabinet in the sea, trying to get the world's attention to what climate change and the rising sea level could mean to the lowest country on earth, to your country, the Maldives. Your determination and your consistent fight for the better environmental rules really caught the eye of the world. Let us just mention the Times magazine declared you, Mr. President, a hero of the environment in September 2009, and a year later, the UN President presented you with the Champions of the Earth Environment Award. Among many other awards you have been given, I cannot mention them all, but I want to mention the Anna Lindh Prize given to you 2009 in recognition for your work promoting human rights, democracy and environmental protection. Anna Lindh, the former foreign minister of Sweden, represents some of the best traditions of global action, of smart diplomacy, combined with right values. My belief is that she paid the highest price for her convictions as well, and the world would have been a better place had she been among us instead of being murdered. Mr. President, your work also shows how a defender of human rights, how a true democrat is the person best to represent and defend the interests of all persons living in a country. And your work has contributed, as we understood, greatly to the awareness that if climate change is not abated, it will harm the human rights of everybody, but first it often hurts the most vulnerable. Early on, your country also made a forceful submission to the High Commissioner for Human Rights, which led to observations that it's a duty for countries to cooperate in the fight against climate change. Today we see how people have to leave their homelands because of the effects of climate change and or other forms of pollution. We know that some progress has been made because sustainable development goals binding on all of us have been adopted. We know that there are some notions in them on the relations between justice, rule of law, democracy and development. Maybe not strong enough, but that are there. And let me also say, today, on the UNESCO International Day of the Mother Tongue, we also remember all those who are persecuted, like we have heard, because of language, religion, origin, and ethnicity. Let us remember them. But, Mr. President, you have got many additional names, but the one that has been used during this summit and is the most striking is the name Mandela of the Maldives. You were the Maldives' first democratically elected president. Before that, you had been arrested, tortured, and imprisoned on numerous occasions for your political beliefs and been named, among other things, a prisoner of conscience. You have endured incredible circumstances during the many times you were kept imprisoned. And yesterday I learned that for generations, members of your family has endured the same torture. You are a strong family. Mr. President, you led a campaign of non-violent civil obedience that pressured the dictatorial Gamoon, the then Asia's longest-serving ruler, to relax authoritarian controls and allow political pluralism. And in the historic election in 2008, you won and swept away 30 years of one-man rule. But, as you know, in February 2012, there was a coup d'etat perpetrated by security forces loyal to the previous regime, and you had to resign. Many say that to that resignation, you saved your country from much violence, maybe a civil war. And later on, you narrowly missed re-election in 2013 in election that, well, we don't know if it was free and fair, and other elections were conducted until you did not win anymore. Dear fellows here at the summit, we sincerely hope that democracy, rule of law and respect for human rights will come about soon in the Maldives, that your future campaigns for power will be successful and democracy be restored. We call on all here present and in the international community to promote the work of you and all human rights defenders in your country. Dear friends, at this time, I would like to invite all of our co-sponsors who are present here today to please come on the stage. And now, Mohammed, now it's time for you to come forward, because we are going to hand what a suitable present to sales for you, thinking of from where you are coming. And let me say what is said here on the prize. To President Mohammed Nasheed, for inspiring the world with your extraordinary courage in the defense of liberty and universal human rights. Geneva today. Let me give you the award. Let's say careful.
We're just too good. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to accept the award you have given me. Thank you ever so much. I have been asked to say a few words about myself, how I have come to be here speaking to you today. I've spent the good half of my adult life in prison. I lost my youth to chains, to incarcerations, to banishments, to torture, to abuse. I started my adult life as a journalist. I started writing for a small magazine in the Maldives. That was in 1989. The government deregistered that magazine and arrested the whole editorial. I remember that night, 270 of us were arrested. I was held in solitary confinement for 18 months. I was beaten. I have been spat on, urinated upon. I was trapped in stocks, held in chains, and brutalized to the extent, of course, you do not want to know the bloody, gory details of it. In totalitarian regimes, in dictatorships, torture is not simply for information. It's about capitulation. clever dictators suck you up. They suck the life out of you. They consume your humanity. Under their torture, they do not want instant information. They are not interested in the next protest, when the next protest is, or who said what about the regime. This is far more Orwellian. These people want to know everything about you. They want to know when you had your first cigarette, when you had your first girlfriend, what you did with her. They want to completely capitulate you and utterly capitulate. They want to erase you as an independent person. They want to kill your personality. They want to know everything. But I was silly enough not to confess. I just couldn't. So the torture went on and on and on. It went on for 18 months. But finally, I suppose after having got bored out of it, they decided to transfer me to a normal prison and sentenced me for 2 years and 9 months. I was released just before I completed my sentence. But then again, I was silly, so I wrote again. And they arrested me again. This went on and on, but later on they stopped torturing me, perhaps having understood that as an insufficient tool for their medicine on me. Every time they would release me, and I would write again. I wrote to all sorts of newspapers, anyone who would actually have me. I wrote to Sri Lankan papers. I wrote to the wire services. But with every news article, even when it was on the environment, I would be arrested. One night, a young boy of 19 was murdered in jail. And I was having a cup of tea with a doctor. I wasn't arrested at this time, surprisingly. And the chief of police rang this doctor and wanted a death certificate on the boy. So of course I got livid, wild. The doctor agreed that he would not sign the death certificate until the boy was brought to the hospital. That sparked a riot in Male, the capital of the Maldives. That set in train a whole set of events that would finally deliver democracy to the Maldives. But of course I was arrested. But in the confusion of the day, I was able to leave the Maldives. I went to Sri Lanka and we declared a party in exile. I must tell you, a little before that, maybe perhaps a year before that, thinking that I might have some safety and security, I decided to get elected or seek a parliamentary seat. I sought it in the capital, Male, where I was born, and the people of my island decided to elect me. I was very wrong. They arrested me again. So these arrests would continue. So finally, after having left for exile, and after having declared the party in Colombo, we started speaking to our people. Then I was shot at and chased out of Sri Lanka. I sought asylum in England. The British government, Her Majesty's government, was kind enough to grant me asylum then. But later that year, now this was 2004, I decided to go back to the Maldives. By then, we had been able to galvanize our people to political activism. We had started to amend the constitution. I went back home. Of course, they arrested me. But then they released me. We wanted free and fair elections. We wanted political pluralism. We wanted organized political, peaceful political activity. We were fortunate to have achieved that. And we had our first multi-party elections in 2008, and I was fortunate to have won those elections. I became the president, and we started running a government, running a country. While I was writing, I was very often also writing about climate change, as well as corruption and human rights. In government, we found out that we will not be a country for long because of climate change issues. So we had to start advocating on a whole set of other issues as well. We did that, and Mrs. Toes has highlighted that. I hope that we were able to impress upon the international community the gravity of the issue. Although we were able to topple a dictator, please bear in mind it is possible to do that, but it is not very easy to uproot a dictatorship. Its tentacles go very deep into society. Those favorable for the previous regime fomented a coup, and I was deposed. After that, we started again advocating for early elections, free and fair elections. The Commonwealth and the United Nations, this was the first and only televised coup in the Maldives. The Commonwealth and the United Nations sponsored a commission of national inquiry conducted by the coup government and stamped the transfer of power as legitimate. We agreed to that narrative, to that lie. Mind you, my life, very often I agree to many, many lies. We agreed to that lie that the transfer of power was legitimate. But as I keep saying, this was a televised coup, for God's sake. We hoped that the Commission of National Inquiry would look into other issues, would look into issues of democracy, strengthening democracy, human rights, strengthening human rights, because the report did say that. But unfortunately, I was wrong. They did not. As soon as the transfer of power was stamped, that was the end of it. We did not get the early elections that we wanted. We did not get the reforms in the judiciary. We did not get the reforms in the military, in the police. We went into another election tempered by the Supreme Court, skewed by the coup government in power. We had a first round of elections, which I was fortunate to have won 47% of the vote, and the present president won, I think, 26 or 27. Then they nullified that results. Of course they had to. And then had another round of elections. And then again, we won, and then they nullified it again. So they had as many elections as it took for them to win. And then I conceded defeat. I agreed to that election results. Again, because I felt that because we had been on the streets for 2 years, I felt that if I hadn't conceded defeat, the country was poised for internal conflict. And that would not be in the long-term interest of the people of the Maldives and the stability of the Indian Ocean. Well, many in hindsight can argue that I was wrong, but I still hold to that view. After conceding this defeat, I was only able to live for a few months. President Yamin decided not only to arrest me, but all of the opposition. Every single opposition leader of the Maldives is now under arrest. And we have more than 1,700 dissidents in one form or another of incarceration, under interrogation, under trial, or in jail, or under house arrest, in some form or other of arrest. It surprises me immensely that there is so little international attention on our predicament. But we will not give up. I was arrested and I was put to jail. I spent 1 year, I was arrested for 13 years for terrorism. Mind you, I've been charged, I've been arrested well over 2 dozen times. And the only one I have not been charged is sodomy. I've been charged for everything. I had a brilliant set of lawyers. I thank you, Gerard. Gerard, Amal Clooney, and Ben Emison worked very hard as my international lawyers. And I thank my local lawyers, Hisan Hussain, Hassan Latif, Ahmad, Rifat, Shafa, and Mahfouz. I thank my wife, my 2 daughters, my extended family, my cousins, my uncles and aunts. I thank my courageous Maldivian Democratic Party and its members, our supporters, the people of the Maldives for consistently agitating until I was out. They had the streets of Male filled with people until, under a pretext of medicine, that I was able to travel to England. Mind you, I do have a bad back. I will go back to the Maldives again. I will go back to jail again. I'm sure if I go back, I go straight to jail. But I have decided not to give up. Never, never, ever to give up. And we will continue this fight. Before we end, there is one little point that I like to touch upon. The world is changing. The future is looking like the past. We are again embroiled in the same fears as our grandfathers, and our parents were. The strong man is on the rise again. Mind you, it's always a man. That man will arrest us. That man will torture us. That man will make us confess to his worldview. That man will bring trumped-up charges in kangaroo courts. That man will sentence us. That man will suppress us. I have actually come here today to tell you to stand up against that man. Stand up and do not blink. The world is full of people that when push comes to shove, they will stand up for their families, for their friends, and for humanity. Please, artists, activists, NGOs, lawyers, and diplomats, we must agitate to build civil, political, and economic structures that will bring down dictatorships and authoritarian rule everywhere. We can do this peacefully. We must engage in peaceful political activity. We must destabilize and subvert the strong man. Let's empower the dissidents in all suppressed authoritarian societies. Agitate to build political parties and civil societies. We must assist the dissidents to organize underground, in exile and at home. Ladies and gentlemen, the times are changing, but let's choose to be on top of the curve. Thank you.
Well, I wish all world leaders were like President Mohammed Nasheed. Really extraordinary, and it's been an honor the past 2 days to get a chance to hear your words and to see your spirit. And as you said, the dictatorships try to crush your spirit, and certainly, President, you have shown us that your spirit is strong. It keeps you inspired, it keeps you fighting, and it inspires all of us. So thank you. Thank you so much. I have the privilege to introduce our next speaker, Monsieur Melard Moulangala, who is an opposition leader in the Democratic Republic of Congo. For the past 2 decades, he has been a key member of the political opposition in that country. He is vice president of the African Liberal Network and a leading member of the Human Rights Committee of Liberal International, one of our 25 co-sponsors. Monsieur Moulangala.
Well, after such a powerful speech from Mohamed, I was wondering what to say because he said it all. What he's been saying about this country is what we live every day in DRC and in Africa. But I've got a message to give to you people. First, let me thank you for inviting me to this panel and give me the opportunity and the honor to address such an audience. The panel title is Voices for the Voiceless. This tells me that I'm not here for myself. I'm not here for the opposition of the DRC. I'm not speaking on behalf of the ELN. I'm speaking on behalf of all the people who have battled for the cause of African democracy. Before I introduce the members of the panel, I hope you will allow me to speak up to millions in my own countries, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the millions more across Africa as a whole, who are today demanding a democratic voice of their own. This is a critical moment in the history of my country, because the next few months we'll see whether we finally break the bad habit we had of transferring power either through a coup d'etat, either through a rebellion, either through the assassination of a president. So this for us is a unique opportunity to change the course we've been through since independence. All day today we've heard stories about heroes from across the world, men and women who've been defending human rights, who stood up against oligarchy, against the strong man. Yet today, back home in DRC, we are mourning one such hero who was a lion of freedom and democracy, Mr. Etienne Tshisekedi Wamulumba. He was truly an African lion, not just a champion for the DRC, but for all Africa. For nearly 40 years, he represented the fight for democracy, the fight for change, the fight for good governance. And his determination was an inspiration, not just to us in the Congo, but across Africa. He did not give us only a voice, he gave us a role. I would like you to join me and stand up for a few moments to mark the passing of a champion for African democracy and human rights. Please stand up to honor his memory. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Your support means a lot to us. Please sit down. Because we are the champion who helped us negotiate a peace deal on the eve of December last year. That accord that we reached, political accord, was preparing for good elections, was preparing for a government of national unity, was preparing for a peaceful transfer of power at the head of our country. Today, with his death, things seem to be changing, because what we are seeing now are attempts by the incumbent president and his coalition to change the rules, to change the constitution, to change the electoral law in such a way that they can stay in power forever. We from the opposition are not going to accept that. Already in September last year, in November and in December, there have been peaceful demonstrations all over the country that were met, and that's the bad news, by violence by the state. Those were met by disproportionate force by the military and the police. And there's many people who have passed away, many people who have been detained as a result of that, and all these violations have been properly documented by the United Nations back home and by the partners all over the world. And today what we want to say is that I would like you to join us. Join the DRC opposition. Join the African Liberal Network. Join Liberal International, whom have all said that the time has come for a proper, independent, international commission of inquiry. That commission will allow us to know exactly what's been happening. And I know that many of you have seen in the press recently what is being done in Kasai. I think we've seen that video of the army shooting people who were just protesting, who were unarmed. So the time has come for all of us to stand up and say, we need to have that commission of inquiry, because on that basis, things can be changed in the country. For many of us, we believe that this is Africa's moment. Because if we can bring democracy to DRC, as we saw a few weeks ago in Gambia, where the people stood up against an attempt to change the name of the game, if we can do that in the DRC, I think that this will send a strong message to the continent, and this will demonstrate that, yes, the Congolese people, with the support of their partners, with the support of the international community, have been able this time to change the way the power is being transferred into the country. The time of the strong man is gone. What we need now is strong institutions. And the way to achieve that is to be able, together as Congolese, to have a good election, transparent election, credible election, which will pave the way for a new government to come there and first look at all the human rights violations which have been denounced by the Commission and act upon them and bring back justice to the people. This is today my message to all of you here in Geneva. Again, thank you for inviting me. It's been an honor and a good opportunity for me to speak to you, and I wish that with this message, we'll all work together so that at the next session in March of the Human Rights Commission here in Geneva, that question of the Commission inquiry will be on the table and the decision will be made in the right direction. Thank you so much. Well, now it's time for me to introduce the member of the panel. Well, when I met James earlier today, and after reading his CV, I said, I'm James Bond, who James are you? Because the things you've been doing in all these places impresses me, because we live in the same environment where things are very controlled, very difficult. And being able to do what you've done there, I think is something extraordinary. So, James, as you know, has been a major journalist, so to say, in providing information in places like North Korea, like Gaza, Saudi Arabia, and even in the UK for the homeless people. He got many awards. He won an Emmy, a Dupont, a Grigson, a Rory Peck Award. So he had all the awards because of the job he has done. And I think he can now come to the floor and give us a few ideas about how he did that, what it took him to do that, and what his message is to all of us today. James, the floor is yours.
The execution is a signal to all dissidents that they will not tolerate any dissent.
By executing my father, they have accelerated the change that would come to this country.
Undercover and inside Saudi Arabia.
Watch this.
The poverty.
I'm going to show you how people live here.
The protests. The demands for change.
I try to represent their rights. Some of them don't believe that it's their own rights, or they just fear freedom.
And the kingdom at a crossroad.
Saudi Arabia is facing some of the biggest challenges it's ever faced. The oil price is low, youth unemployment and regional instability. You could almost argue a perfect storm.
Tonight, Saudi Arabia Uncovered.
In Saudi, they say, be careful. The walls have ears. The walls have ears. Fear has taken over the entire population, from the elderly to young children. The regime wants to keep everything secret. If the truth comes out, it'll be the beginning of the end for them. No one can express themselves freely.
Yasser is a young Saudi dissident and activist. He belongs to an underground network that films and publishes videos of life in Saudi Arabia the government doesn't want the world to see. Now he's come to Istanbul to collect an undercover camera. For the next 6 months, he and his fellow activists will be filming secretly. If caught, they could face years in prison. We've disguised Yasser's voice for his safety.
Yes, there is danger. But the world needs to see how we've been living under persecution and slavery for decades. I will do what I need to do and try to show the awful reality to the world, and whatever will be, will be.
This is the story of the men and women who are trying to force change in Saudi Arabia, and the regime that is trying to stop them. Yasser lands in the capital, Riyadh, a bustling, modern city of more than 6 million people. Saudi Arabia is a key U.S. ally in the Middle East and the world's largest oil exporter. Its state oil company is worth an estimated $10 trillion. The face of the new king, Salman, looms large over the streets. A single family, the House of Saud, has ruled the country since its founding. They subscribe to a strict form of the Sunni branch of Islam, and the country is run according to Sharia law. In 2012, one secular activist publicly criticized the relationship between the rulers and the clerics.
موقع الليبراليين السعوديين هو أثار حفيظة المتشددين بصفة عامة في السعودية لأنه كان يفضح ممارساتهم وعلى وجه الخصوص ممارسات هيئة الأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر.
Raif Badawi wrote a blog on which he promoted liberal values and questioned the role of religion in Saudi life.
فذلك حملهم على محاولة تخويفي ومحاكمتي في الموقع الليبرالي السعوديين على أنه يسيء الإسلام.
Badawi, a father of 3 young children, was arrested in 2012 and sentenced to 10 years in prison and 1,000 lashes for insulting Islam.
This is the square where they flogged the brother, Raif Badawi.
Yasser films the square in the city of Jeddah where Raif was lashed in public in January 2015. The lashing was secretly filmed by an activist.
I believe that Raif has been true to himself. I have a lot of respect for him. He didn't carry arms, he didn't kill anyone, he didn't blow anything up. All he did was express an opinion.
Raif has spent most of his sentence in one of Saudi Arabia's most notorious prisons, Bremen. The underground network managed to smuggle cameras into Bremen. What they found was chaos and lawlessness, and prisoners openly injecting heroin. Here, a prisoner is abused by his fellow inmates. Raif Badawi spent almost 4 years locked up here. His lawyer and dozens of other activists are also serving long jail sentences. thousands of miles away, his wife Ensaf and 3 children have received asylum. They escaped Saudi Arabia after receiving death threats. They haven't seen their father for 4 years.
أنت بتعرف وينه بابا؟ وين؟
بالسجن؟
بالسجن ليش؟
ليش ما أعرف.
شو عمل؟
بس هو ما عمل شيء، بس لأنه كتب وبعدين هذا وبعدين راح على السجن. بقول يا ريت إنه أرجع وأقول له إنه ما يكتب هذا.
امتى؟ وانت كم عمرك؟ ابعد كم سنة؟
بس انا نفسي انه يجي اليوم.
وفكرك امتى رح تشوفه؟
ما اعرف.
The family says they have only received rare phone calls from Raif since he's been imprisoned. Ensaf runs a campaign for her husband's release and is trying to keep her children's spirits up.
مش الرسم. يلا ابغى اسمع مريم ايش حتعمل لما بابا يجي.
حركض حبيب بابا. حاولكم كمان انتوا الاثنين وحاورجي البيت. بعدين حنروح على السينما. بعدين حناكل بالمستوى شيء. بعدين حتمغي انتي وبابا كمان.
اوه.
بس الحين ما هو قاعد يدق يعني.
والله. صح إني أنا برا السجن بس كأني.
Although he's in jail, it's as if we're all serving the sentence.
لما يكون أغلى شيء.
The most precious thing in our life is not with us. It's been 4 years since the children have seen their father. It's very difficult.
بس إنه.
It's so hard, but we have to carry on.
Ensaf says she's counting on Raif's case being reviewed by the Saudi courts.
Honestly, I am always hopeful. This Christmas, I hope he'll be with us, but I just don't know. I've never received any good news from Saudi Arabia.
Thank you so much for playing that clip. Since we're talking to Hillel yesterday, like you, it made me emotional seeing that. I haven't watched that for almost a year. Thank you so much for having me here. I feel like a bit of a fraud. You know, I'm alongside all these genuine human rights activists and heroes who've risked their safety and their life, and I'm just a filmmaker. The last couple of days have been, you know, I'm a cynical journalist, but they've been truly kind of inspiring and uplifting, hearing all these brave and dignified people talking. So as you saw in that clip, that was a documentary we made called Saudi Arabia Uncovered. I've made a number of films in the past which have exposed what happens inside secretive, repressive regimes like North Korea and ISIS-controlled Raqqa. We've worked with very brave activists who filmed secretly using undercover cameras to reveal the reality of their everyday lives. I remember in January 2015 watching the news and a clip coming on, a clip that you've just seen there, of a young man standing in a square being whipped, being lashed publicly in front of a mosque, and a crowd around him cheering. And I thought to myself, you know, what crime has this man committed to deserve such a punishment? Or, you know, is this just another video clip of ISIS barbarity? But as you just saw, just then it turned out that this young man was a young Saudi blogger called Raif Badawi, whose crime was to mildly criticize the Saudi regime and to insult Islam. As you saw, we filmed with his family who've received asylum in Canada, but Raif himself still sits in prison, has been sentenced to 10 years in prison and 1,000 lashes. Watching that clip, it gave me the idea that, you know, someone, an activist or whoever, maybe just a bystander, had taken such a huge risk to film that clip. You can tell he's trying to film over someone's shoulder on his mobile phone, and he then uploaded that. You know, that in itself is a crime that could put him in prison for decades. But the fact that someone took that risk and was able to do it gave me the idea to try and apply the same technique that we had done in North Korea and Raqqa inside Saudi Arabia. The difference, unlike North Korea and unlike ISIS, it's not a pariah state and it's not a universally hated terrorist organization. Saudi Arabia is a close ally of Britain and America. In fact, a couple of weeks after Raif was lashed, in the same month, the King of Saudi Arabia, King Abdullah, died, and leaders from around the world flocked to Riyadh to pay their respects. David Cameron, Barack Obama, you name it, they were there. Britain sells billions of pounds worth of arms to Saudi Arabia and claims that we rely on their intelligence to keep ourselves safe at home. And in fact, even the punishment of Raif Badawi, the public flogging, the British government was reluctant to condemn, pointing out that a large part of the population support this punishment. I wonder if they would say the same thing about a suspected thief in Raqqa having his hand chopped off, or indeed a gay man being thrown from a rooftop. So it struck me that there must be people inside Saudi Arabia who share the values of liberalism and tolerance, but that many of those, like Raif Badawi, were languishing in Saudi prisons. So our next challenge to make this film was to find people who shared those values and were willing to take the risk of filming secretly for us. There is a network of young activists inside Saudi Arabia who do share these values and are aware of the outside world and who question the legitimacy of their rulers privately. But crucially, they understand the acute risk that voicing that criticism publicly could entail. In Saudi Arabia, dissidents are tried as terrorists, and you can be jailed for up to a decade just for a tweet. So we tapped into this network through dissidents in London and introduced us to a young man who we called Yasser, who you saw in that clip. We met him in Istanbul, trained him on the undercover camera, talked him through the safety protocol, and he went back to Saudi Arabia to start filming secretly. Unlike North Korea, Saudi Arabia's a technologically advanced country, so millions of people have mobile phones with cameras on them. So it's much harder for the Saudi regime to control what the world sees from inside. So as well as our undercover cameras, we were able to tap into this network who were filming clips on their mobile phones and sharing them on encrypted apps. These clips showed women in the streets being harassed by the notorious religious police for minor infringements of the dress code. What was interesting was that these women didn't meekly apologize and scuttle away. Many of them stood their ground, fought back, and didn't back down. As ever with these places, once you lift the lid to expose what's happening, the reality is far more interesting and complex than the caricature suggests. Our undercover cameras also filmed inside slums. There are huge slums on the outskirts of Saudi cities, but even Saudis themselves wouldn't know about them because filming them is a jailable, imprisonable offense. So we filmed what the Saudis see as this dirty secret they go to great lengths to hide. Other clips showed men and women being beheaded in the street or being hanged from lampposts. In one particularly horrific clip, a woman was being held down by 4 police officers when a man in a long flowing robe approaches her with a sword as she's screaming, "I didn't do it, I didn't do it." He takes her head off with one blow of his sword. The policeman who filmed that clip was then arrested for defaming the Saudi regime. There's this strange irony that for many years the Saudis have used these public punishments to instill fear in the population, to control the population, whereas now that technology has improved and the outside world is able to see these, the Saudis are suddenly far more reticent about punishing people publicly and increasingly do it behind closed doors, like last year when they executed 47 supposed terrorists in one day. As a filmmaker, it's always better to go to the country for yourself, to see for yourself, to film for yourself. But unlike even North Korea, Saudi Arabia doesn't give tourist visas. And Western journalists who operate there are strictly controlled, strictly minded. So we knew we needed to, in order to be able to operate freely, we needed to come up with a cover story. So we heard about a cybersecurity conference that would be taking place in Riyadh. and we set up a fake company called CyberSafe UK. We assumed we'd be one of many Western companies at this conference. As it turned out, we were the only ones, and our stall was next to the Saudi Ministry of Interior and some of the most senior police officers in Saudi Arabia. But our trip did mean that we were able to meet some of the activists who weren't able to leave the country. One woman, Lujain Hatloul, had campaigned against the ban on women driving in Saudi Arabia. She was driving her car back across the border into Saudi, and she was arrested and then imprisoned for 73 days without charge before being released. We were able to meet Lujain in a secret location and film an interview with her. And in fact, she was the only Saudi activist inside the country brave enough to show her face. Just before the film was released, news got out that she'd taken part in the film, and she received a number of death threats online. And in one online poll, it asked, how should Lujain Hatloul be punished for betraying the Saudi kingdom? And I think the options were expulsion from Saudi Arabia, lashing, or death. And death came out on top with more than 3/4 of the votes. I also received a number of death threats after the film went out, and the most frequent attack was, how dare you come into our country and criticize us? It's for Saudis to criticize our own system. And that's a line the Saudi government itself frequently pursues in deflecting criticism. It's an argument that might hold more water where Saudis not given long jail sentences for even mild criticism of their regime. Our footage revealed school children being indoctrinated in hatred. It revealed minorities like Shia Muslims being oppressed, young protesters as young as 16 being sentenced to death, and women still suffering under the male guardianship system, which effectively treats them as children. Sadly, none of this came as much surprise to Britain and America or any of Saudi's Western allies, who continue to see it as a close partner, who continue to sell them more arms than ever before, who continue to support their campaign in Yemen, in which they're accused of war crimes. And astonishingly, not far from where we're sitting now, Saudi Arabia still sits on the UN Human Rights Council. After condemning our film in the strongest possible terms, a week later, the Saudi government announced a change to the law. The religious police, who I mentioned earlier were harassing women, would no longer have the powers of arrest. It sounds like a small step, but talking to Saudis inside the country, it feels like it's made a big difference, and it's one sign of change in the right direction. And I think that kind of reform at least gives some hope to that pressure, both internal and external, does have an effect, and some hope to people who are campaigning, like many of the people here, for the release of political prisoners like Raif Badawi. At a time when the media, the press, is under attack in places where you never thought it would be under threat, it's perhaps encouraging that the bravery of activists, the advance of technology, and the integrity of journalists to report these difficult stories should give us some cause for optimism. Thank you.
Merci James pour ta présentation. Je crois que ceci nous rappelle à nous qui sommes sur terrain, nous les acteurs politiques, combien il est essentiel d'avoir une presse qui est très active, une presse qui est inventive et qui peut vous aider à communiquer votre message. Donc la présence de la presse partout où nous luttons, que ce soit en Asie, au Moyen-Orient ou en Afrique, elle est essentielle, parce que c'est grâce à votre contribution et votre effort notamment que des faits qui hier étaient encore cachés sont connus du grand public. Et comme vous l'avez dit aussi, la technologie que nous avons maintenant permet aussi aux acteurs locaux, non professionnels de la presse, de pouvoir apporter leur contribution. Donc tout cela mis ensemble nous aide beaucoup sur le terrain à communiquer notre message. Moi, je voulais vous féliciter parce que dans nos pays, régulièrement, quelqu'un comme vous n'aura plus de visa. Parce que maintenant, on vous a clairement catalogué et identifié. Et si vous deviez venir dans un pays où la liberté de la presse n'est pas garantie, je peux vous dire que vous n'auriez pas de visa. Mais soyez tranquille, à la faveur de l'alternance démocratique, quand il y aura changement politique, vous serez le bienvenu. Merci. Alors, je voulais maintenant que nous puissions passer à notre deuxième intervenant. C'est M. Dang Xuan Dieu, qui a fait longtemps la prison dans son pays, le Vietnam, pour avoir soi-disant enfreint l'article 79 du Code pénal. Avant d'avoir fait la prison, on avait noté qu'il avait été un membre très influent dans l'éducation des pauvres, de la jeunesse et des victimes, notamment des catastrophes naturelles. Il est un membre de la congrégation catholique qui est là, et il est aussi un journaliste qui avait contribué à un journal vietnamien qui s'appelait les Redemptorist News. Dieu, qui est un nom bien choisi, puisque comme c'est un catholique, Dieu est aussi membre d'une structure de la société civile qui cherche un changement pacifique au Vietnam. Voilà, je voudrais peut-être, sans aller trop loin, lui donner l'occasion de pouvoir se présenter, de donner son histoire, pour que nous puissions ensemble bien l'apprécier. Dieu vive le flanc.
Kính thưa quý vị, trước hết tôi xin được cảm ơn ban tổ chức của diễn đàn Geneva Summit đã tạo điều kiện cho tôi có mặt ở đây để trình bày về tình trạng nhân quyền ở Việt Nam.
About human rights in Vietnam, following my 6 years in prison. I was arrested on July 30, 2011, sentenced to 13 years in prison, and exiled from Vietnam on January 12, 2017. I was locked away for choosing a path of peaceful change for my country. I started this journey in 2006. I had witnessed injustices every day and felt like I had to do something. I looked online for how people were undertaking a non-violent struggle to overcome dictatorships in other countries. And I thought, why not Vietnam? This question awoke in me, and I started connecting with different individuals and organizations. This is how I found Viet Thanh. I felt Viet Thanh had an effective solution. I was elated as this was what I was looking for, applying non-violent action to end the dictatorship and build the foundation for a sustainable democracy. Despite having many fears, I began to write blogs, sign petitions, hand out pamphlets, and participate in campaigns, handing out shirts and caps with Paracel and Spratly Islands belong to Vietnam. These were small and simple actions, but were met with harsh reprisals by the authorities. Many people who were involved were arrested. With other young leaders, I formed the John Paul II Center to Protect Life in Nghệ An, a province in central Vietnam. This center aimed to provide assistance to youth in the Vinh Diocese, and in particular, university students based in Nghệ An and Hat Tinh provinces. I believe shaping young people is the most essential when shaping society. So I undertook training courses abroad on non-violent civic action to improve myself and reform the country. When I returned to Saigon, I was detained at Tân Sơn Nhất Airport by the police. They took me into a dark room and handed me over to plainclothes policemen. They threatened me and took all my possessions. After 3 days of intense interrogation, the Ministry of Public Security arrested me on August 2, 2011. 9 days later, they decided to detain me for another 4 months at B34 Detention Center in Saigon. On August 17, 2011, they transported me to the B14 prison camp in Hanoi. On January 5, 2013, they took me to Nghi Kim prison camp in Nghệ An while I waited for my trial. On January 8th, the Nghệ An People's Court sentenced 14 of us over 2 days in what has become known as the Vinh trial of Vietnamese Catholic youth, where sentences were already predetermined and lawyers had no regard. I did not accept my charges simply because I did not feel that I was guilty for being involved in peaceful change. After the trial, authorities transported me to Prison Camp 5 in Lam Seong in Thanh Hoa province in northern Vietnam. In December 2014, they transported me to Suing Mop prison in Ba Ri, Vũng Tàu province in southern Vietnam. I journeyed from prison to prison, from southern to northern Vietnam, then back again to southern Vietnam. Essentially, I was moved around 6 detention centers and to dozens of prison cells, each with their own harsh conditions. In every prison and at every stage of this ordeal, I faced different levels of harassment, all of which were arbitrary interpretations of the law. The law was just on paper. Treatment of prisoners had been in accordance with the past practices, despite changes in law. Even Article 1 of our penal law opens opportunity for human rights abuses. Anyone who did not subserviently follow orders by prison officers was seen as hostile, as violating prison rules, and therefore was harshly disciplined. An officer's will was like God's will. Inmates were to address them as elders, while prison guards addressed inmates as children. I opposed the treatment of inmates and peacefully fought for change. And because I wanted to change for the better, I was labeled as destructive and dangerous in the prison system. I'll briefly mention a difficult period in prison. When I entered prison, I thought I would have time to draw, learn musical instruments, and even learn a foreign language. But after 3 days in prison, I was housed with a thug who was sentenced to life for murder. This person psychologically tormented me and crushed my faith. He treated me like a slave. He threatened to kill me, to make me confess and wear the prison uniform. After 3 months of suffering, I asked to be placed in another cell, but the wardens did not comply. I had to withstand another 3 months until my health rapidly declined. The harassment stopped only when my body was exhausted from the mental torment, bodily suffering, and induced migraines. Another incident at Prison Camp 5 was when I was disciplined and placed in solitary confinement with my feet bound. I had no water and was given only shabby clothes in the cold weather. Solitary confinement was the reprisal for simple acts that I had undertaken. I had written a letter to the Vinh Diocese bishop about the inhumane treatment of prison rape inmates. The guard said I had violated prison rules and shackled me for 10 days in a reeking cell with no water to brush my teeth or wash my face. Unable to eat rice, I underwent a hunger strike, and the prison guard responded by not giving me water to drink for 3 days. I had no clothes to wear because I refused to wear the prison uniform because I felt my sentence was unjust. When I did a hunger strike, I was accused of breaking the rules, not signing documentation about my hunger strike or any papers was seen as visiting orders. I conducted hunger strikes totaling more than 100 days and fasted with just 1 meal a day, continuously for 300 days. After seeing that I was willing to die, they stopped forcing me to confess. I was then sent to a prison in southern Vietnam, which meant my family had to travel more than 1,500 kilometers to visit me, a way of creating hardships for my family. My family undertook a total of 45 trips of hundreds and thousands of kilometers. Putting time and money in the hope of seeing me. However, they never saw me. Even worse, prison officials lied to my family and told them I did not want to see them. Before I was exiled to France, authorities did not permit me to see my family. This was the most callous and cruel form of a human rights violation. And other prisoners? When other prisoners violated prison rules, they were educated through violence. They had their feet bound for 10 days, followed by solitary confinement for 3 to 12 months. Most would potentially suffer paralysis after 3 months. This was what inmates were most afraid of. I witnessed dozens of people getting beaten after they were bound. My right to freedom of religion was also trampled on while in prison. Wardens used Article 11 of the prison rules to ban any scriptures related to religion. Other prisoners of conscience conducted ongoing hunger strikes just to receive a Bible. I wrote a letter of complaint and conducted a hunger strike and was even prevented from receiving a Bible given to me by the EU delegation. Having a religion as a prisoner in Vietnam became dangerous and impacted our lives in jail. Ladies and gentlemen, when choosing this road to fight for justice and freedom for my country, we are always at risk of being arrested and detained. In prison, our dignity is trampled on, we are discriminated, and our lives are threatened. We are imprisoned and silenced. If this is what I went through, then many others are suffering the same experience, including Hồ Đức Hòa, Nguyễn Văn Đài, Trần Huỳnh Di Thức, Đinh Nguyên Khá, Nguyễn Đặng Minh Mẫn, Trần Thị Thúy, or those who were recently arrested, including Nguyễn Văn Hoài, Nguyễn Văn Hóa, Trần Thị Nga. They need our help and our voice. Ladies and gentlemen, without the support of the international community, I would still be in prison. My presence here today reflects the strength of the international community. I hope that you will continue to speak up and pressure the Vietnamese government to stop arresting democracy and human rights activists and to release all prisoners of conscience. Before I conclude, I feel I have a responsibility to give an update on a pressing issue in Vietnam. On February 14, 2017, victims of the Formosa environmental disaster in Nghệ An province rallied at Gian Court in Hattin province to demand compensation. However, their journey resulted in brutal attacks. Vietnamese authorities barred people from traveling. Led by Reverend Nguyen Thuc, more than 1,000 people were determined to march 170 kilometers. Thank you very much for listening.
Merci Dieu pour le témoignage.
Thank you, dear, for your very moving account that you have presented to us today. We've heard about the brutality that is still being practiced in many countries in the world. But the point that moved me the most was the fact that international solidarity plays a role. Sometimes people think that the international movement is meaningless, and that's not true. But we see that there is an impact, that it does lead to change. Therefore, it is important for such meetings as this can continue. Because in places where human rights are being trampled, your comments, your fora, your cell phones all bring solutions to local problems. Now we're going to move on to the next speaker today, Mr. Kim Bwang-jim, who comes from Korea. He left his country, from North Korea. He was involved in financial structures to make important amount of money, and he is he is quite knowledgeable about what goes on in his country in finance, and has ideas for policy that could bring answers to our human rights questions. Sir, I give you the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and human rights advocates. Personally, I'm very sad to listen to endless story of sufferings here and there, everywhere in the world. And also, it's very sad to speak about these sufferings which is continuing in North Korea for 3 generations, not 1 term or 2 term of dictatorship, but eternal dictatorship going on in North Korea. North Korea is notorious enough to shoot missiles many times on holidays, American Independence Day and Chinese National Day. And it is notorious enough, to have a New Year's Day a nuclear test while starving their millions of people. And now it is notorious enough to kill Daylight, the half-brother of Kim family in Malaysia a few days ago, just a few days before his father's birthday, 75th birthday. It was February 16. I'd like to draw your attention to the situation in North Korea, and having background as a Revolution Fund manager for Jang Sung-taek, Kim Jong-un's uncle, and North Korea's leadership. I'd like to talk today about the so-called royal court economy of North Korea, how the leadership raises hard cash, and where it goes. And you can find reference of my speech here to the contributed paper to the World Affairs Journal. Following the collapse of the global socialist market, an unexpected thing happened on North Korea's road to financial oblivion. The same economy that cannot produce a usable enough toothbrush is now arming itself with nuclear weapons. The central riddle of this is wrapped in the mystery of its economic structure. An economic corpse has been able to produce such nuclear achievements by creating a secret, invisible financial system, scavenging off the West, and the military and industrial complex which I named Royal Court economy. This was solely created to service Kim's interests and obsessions, including the development of nuclear weapons. And this separate economy creates, by my estimates, fully 200 times the foreign cash revenue of the cabinet-run people's economy. The first stages of constructing a secret pipeline for diverting the flow of funds from the state coffers to the rulers' free disposal began in the 1970s. The munitions industry was excised from the cabinet while establishing the Committee for Economy II in 1972 to run this sector. At the same time, his heir, Kim Jong-il, created a new Central Party department called Office Number 39, and under its umbrella, Daesung General Bureau emerged, forming a new economic sector completely independent from the central planning and cabinet control. The ensuing advent of new foreign exchange banks would also contribute to this process. In that journal, there is a chart, and on the left side, that is the line, the flow of the funds through the cabinet system, the so-called central planning economy, and the right side, the royal court economy side, where how the fund is flowing there to the leadership. And this left side of the chart represents the standard mono-bank communist system that the West is familiar with. Controlled by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, this people's economy receives the guidance of Korean Workers' Party Planning and Finance Department, now changed into Economy Department last year, and the National Planning Commission sets and enforces the public 5-year plans. The Korean Foreign Trade Bank, FTB, the only bank in North Korea that is ostensibly authorized to manage the foreign currency transactions of the people's economy, functions as the bank for the cabinet ministries. Yet, in truth, the bank has been technically bankrupt long time ago. The right side of the chart, the royal court economy, is directly controlled by Kim, designed to focus on foreign trade and the generation of hard currency revenue, and to directly funnel it back to him. Each group is created as a conglomerate, including operational planning, production elements, a trading division, ship management, including and investment capabilities. Most critically, they enjoy independent hard currency management and their own dedicated exchange banks. Office Number 39 and Daesung Bank have continued to handle manufacturing and trade since first being established in the 1970s, while Office Number 38, these number were named after their offices on floor 3 of Kim Jong-il's office building at the Central Committee of the party. And this option number 38 on Goryeo Bank, both now merged into option number 39, had handled the service industry, hotels and department stores, and cater to foreigners. So the most lucrative foreign cash generating businesses and industries are belong to this royal court economy, Kim family economy. And Korean Workers' Party organization, Korean Workers' Party's guidance and organization and guidance department, that is abbreviation is OGD, the most powerful department of the party, responsible not only for overall organization but party life guidance and determining the political fate of party officials and institutions through internal inspection, punishment, and purges, was also granted control of one, among others, of the most lucrative areas in North Korea's international operations, insurance. Although there are other forms of illicit activities, such as counterfeiting, product piracy, and drug trafficking, and with the exception of the munitions industry, the largest generation of foreign currency for Kim comes from claims filed through international insurance operations and insurance frauds. KNIC, Korean National Insurance Corporation, is not at all concerned with losses or the results of internal North Korean insurance operations. In fact, the common understanding in the industry is that the more accidents and misery there are in the nation, the more hard cash goes to Kim and his family. Every year, while working at KNIC as a birthday celebration, birthday gift, we presented $20 million cash on Kim Jong-il's birthday, produced as the direct result of suffering by the North Korean people. In this manner, KNIC maintains its exclusive privilege and access. Specifically, domestic insurance operations of the KNIC based on the North Korean currency, the won, are little more than an automated paper trail in which operations are planned by the state, claims are filed by the state organizations, and payments are made to those same state organizations. With no concern for providing coverage for risk, but solely for generating hard currency by KNIC, we could shift and distribute the largely mythical internal costs to international reinsurers, mainly via the brokers. Thus, the normal system of distributing insurance risk freely between Western companies becomes completely unglued in the North Korean case for two reasons. First, because there will be a few or no prosecution for fraud. If there are questions, it will usually end up in the North Korean court system, where the result is preordained. So all courts are controlled by the party and the government, so there is no independent ruling from the court. Second, because KNIC was able to maintain reinsurance policies by making it appear as if the Western exposure was essentially rational. KNIC did this by paying higher premiums on policies that are again quite rational, considered higher risks. Yet KNIC accepted these high prices because no matter what actually happens in the fiscal world, they will inevitably make claims for reimbursement. Every year, a claim is carefully planned and targeted, and one year it may be a fire, the next year a flood, and after that, machinery failure, sunken ships, or dead livestock. By employing KNIC's overseas operations to make a free grab, we have a kind of saying. We are saying that a free grab in the air. with various, reinsurance companies, North Korea has been able to produce prodigious sums of hard currency while simultaneously reinvesting, expanding the network of KNIC insurance operations around the world's major operational regions, always shifting table to table, always operating with a fresh deck from London to Paris, Germany to Pakistan, and Switzerland to Singapore. The danger to the West goes far beyond fraudulent claims, indeed. That is a common hazard of doing business with the developing world, or even the suffering of the North Korean people. The danger lies in the transfer of Kim's dollars from the royal court economy into development of North Korea's nuclear arsenal and WMD, and the proliferation of those assets around the world. The head of the arms sale structure, sometimes called the second economy, is the Korean Workers' Party Munitions Industry Department. To explain what this agency actually does and to estimate the size and scale of revenue, we can check the total assets of munitions-related banks. The most prominent is Dancheon Bank, widely known as Changgwang Credit Bank. They changed these names, to avoid UN sanctions and international sanctions. During the 1990s, Dancheon advertised that it was handling $6 billion assets. Although North Koreans like exaggerating such figures, this doesn't diminish the fact that Dancheon remains the largest bank in North Korea in terms of assets and operation volume. I estimate, that Dancheon Bank may have handled several hundreds of millions of dollars every year, most of which are generated from sales and proliferation of WMDs. And actually, the FTB, Foreign Trade Bank, which is handling the whole foreign cash of the cabinet of the people's economy, they have only around $7 million in cash. The royal court economy may have been expanded under duress as a short-term answer to the Soviet bloc's collapse, but it has since become a ruthlessly successful adaptation for Kim's purposes. It serves as a backbone of regime survival, undrawing sources for Kim family extravagancy, and funding for nuclear ambition at the expense of majority of North Koreans. I call to governments, international organizations, NGOs, and human rights advocates to pay close attention to this conglomerate, and in our efforts to stop North Korea's imminent nuclear threat, to improve human rights situation in North Korea, and to implement all UN Security Council resolutions, including the latest 2321. The most effective remaining option for us is to expose, boycott, and bring down this royal court economy. Thank you for your attention.
Je crois que...
I think that all our speakers have already spoken, so we will refer back to my country to say that we supported your international request for support, and James has shown us, reminded of the importance of the work that he carries out as a journalist, and has shown us that technology in certain countries has given a voice to those who are unable to express it in their own countries. Dan Van Dier has spoken about Vietnam, which, as you have all been able to hear, has remained a dictatorship until now. And he has appealed for support by the international community. So we all are on the ground ourselves when we hear these discussions, when we hear something concerning human rights. We are reassured that we are not alone, that our voice is being heard. And Tim spoke about North Korea in particular, and way the financing has been structured, and how they managed to finance the nuclear development, and what can be done from those of us abroad to break this flow. We heard about financial transactions in North Korea, and details were given to us about, and so that we can summarize the situation ourselves. I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Mulangala.
Thank you, Monsieur Malangala, and the panel, and all the speakers.
And this brings us to the final parts of our Geneva Summit. We had a very powerful day, very emotional testimonies. Victims, dissidents, human rights activists bore witness to some of the worst human rights abuses that we can imagine. And I think it's not enough for us to be emotional, but we have to translate our feelings into action, each of us in their own way, whether there are diplomats here, human rights activists, journalists, students, to try to help the victims about whom we've heard. And on our part, we will be submitting all of this information to the United Nations formally, and in our advocacy for the next year, we will be urging the UN to address these victims. And picking up on what John Dundar said, to keep our team together and to translate into action. At this stage, I want to remind everyone that everything you saw here will be on YouTube, genevasummit.org, or the Geneva Summit YouTube channel. You can find it all there. Also, the Geneva Summit Facebook page. You can find all the testimonies, photos, text, and everything there. At this stage, I would like to invite all of our speakers, Chido Gascon, Tagir Rahmani, Shireen, to please come up. We're going to take a group photo. Please all come up to the stage. All of our speakers, Astrid, Thors, please. All of our speakers and presenters, Mr. Malongala, please come up to the center. We're going to take a group photo. I would like to invite all our partner NGOs, all of the co-sponsors of the Geneva Summit, Viet Tan, and all the others to please come up. I'd like to invite all our volunteers to please come forward, to thank all our volunteers, young and less young, to please come up. It was really terrific to have your help. I want to thank, of course, our amazing interpreters who interpret our testimonies. Please come forward in the center. I'd like to thank our photographer, Oliver O'Hanlon, who will be taking our final picture, is always here. Professor Gottler, please come up. Everyone, please come up. Alfred, chair of UN Watch, please come forward. Please come forward.